Welcome to today's meeting of the Federal Advisory Committee. We're so pleased that you are all here. I'm calling the meeting to order since we do have a quorum. And you have the agenda, a copy of the agenda was handed out at the registration table. For those who are doing it virtually, you can go to the Zoom resource link and it is posted there. Next slide. I just wanted to briefly go over the agenda. We will have welcoming. The important thing is we're going to have a remembrance of 9/11 shortly. We felt that was an important thing to add to our meeting. We will have welcomes to Virginia from several HUD and local officials. David Birnbaum, our Deputy Assistant Secretary, will give updates for the Office of Housing Counseling. We'll get a report from our subcommittee on the housing counselor's role in educating consumers about the real estate commissions. We're going to review the impact of the Housing Counseling Agency over their activities for the last 3 years. Then this afternoon, we'll begin talking about the impact of housing counseling on military families and their housing. We're looking at a variety of subjects on that matter. Next slide. We'll look at housing issues. We're having someone from DOD to talk to us about their programs. We're supporting financial and housing support for service members. We've got a variety of presenters on that topic. Next slide. We'll talk about financial assistance, dealing with default, foreclosure, and evictions. Homeownership, education, the lack of affordable housing in the area, which translates to nationally. Then we'll look at programs to support the homeless veterans. We've got VA programs that we will discuss. Other supportive services and a discussion of the HUD VASH program. And a look at financial resources that are available. And then, of course, we'll have comments and questions from the members. And at the end, we will have a public comment period. We've had people register to make comments, but the public is also encouraged to make comments. At this point, I'll turn it over to David Birnbaum, our Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Office of Housing Counseling.
Thank you, Ginger, and good morning all, and welcome to today's HUD Office of Housing Counseling Federal Advisory Committee meeting. My name is David Birnbaum, and I'm the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Housing Counseling at HUD, and I'm delighted to convene this hybrid and in-person meeting at Norfolk State University, and in particular at the Center for African American Public Policy here in Norfolk, Virginia. Partnering with minority-serving colleges and universities and HBCUs to expand access to housing counseling services to students, faculty, and community residents is a strategic priority of HUD's Office of Housing Counseling. Since fiscal year 2021, HUD has distributed over $9 million in housing counseling grants to HUD-approved housing counseling agencies who are partnering with historically Black colleges and universities, Hispanic serving institutions, and other MSIs or minority serving institutions. The initiative encourages multiple partnerships between housing counseling agencies and MSIs to work together on closing the racial homeownership gap across the United States. To date, 17 housing counseling agencies have established over 60 partnerships, including 40 HBCUs and other MSIs taking part in this initiative. HUD is proud to be partnering with the National Urban League, and in particular, their local affiliate, the Hampton Roads, Virginia, Urban League, who we met with yesterday. Thank you so much for their excellent partnership here with Norfolk State University as part of this initiative. I'd like to congratulate both the college as well as the Urban League for excellent work. I'm happy to report that, in fact, the grant was just re-awarded, and these good works will be continuing. These partnerships are educating students and community members on becoming more informed tenants through rental counseling and education, preparing students to become future and the first generation home buyers, as well as providing training and internship opportunities in the housing counseling, housing finance, and affordable housing industries. Working together, Hampton Roads, Urban League, and in particular Norfolk State University conducted first-time homebuyer workshops in the community and provided pre-purchase one-on-one counseling to families that really improved access to programs such as the state down payment assistance programs and related affordable mortgage loans. I'd also like to do a shout out, if I may, to the UP Center, the Housing Resource Center of Virginia Beach, and Navy Family Housing, who the members of the Housing Counseling Federal Advisory Committee also spent time with yesterday to get a sense of the needs here in the community to better serve members of the armed forces, their families, and veterans. Their work was extremely impressive and very instructive for the members of the committee for our discussion this afternoon. I'd also like to take a moment to thank everyone who is joining us in person today at the university, as well as online across the country, as well as those who have registered to make public comments later today. For those who may be unfamiliar with our office, the mission of the Office of Housing Counseling is to help families to obtain and sustain and retain their homes. We accomplish this mission through a strong network of HUD-approved housing counseling agencies, over 1,500 not-for-profit organizations, housing finance agencies, and intermediaries across the nation, as well their HUD-certified housing counselors who provide best-in-class professional services to over 1 million households and consumers nationwide each year. The services include budgeting and financial education, one-on-one counseling to renters, home buyers, and homeowners. I take special note of the excellent work across the country to help people retain their housing and access Treasury assistance programs during the pandemic and help working families to recover financially to the challenges of that moment in time in our nation's history, and commend all of our counselors, over 4,400 across the country, who really led that effort. Well done. We're also conducting very significant work to ensure emergency preparedness and assisting families who are dealing with disasters across the country. Unfortunately, forest fires, hurricanes, floods, and other challenges are becoming the norm in our society, and our office is focused on preparing housing counselors nationwide to be up to the challenge and to work with first responders in each and every instance. I'll also note the importance of helping seniors and elders determining whether a home equity conversion mortgage or other reverse mortgage product makes sense for them. Baby boomers are aging, and it is a well-known fact that well over the majority of baby boomers do not have adequate savings to support themselves during retirement. The need for affordable housing is great. The need to meet the needs of seniors so they can age in place is also very important from a safety net perspective for all direct service providers, and as well the growing importance of the reverse mortgage product to help seniors age in place is very clear to our office and to all of us at HUD. If you are viewing or participating in one of our advisory committee meetings for the first time, the Housing Counseling Federal Advisory Committee is mandated by Congress to advise the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development and our Office of Housing Counseling about its programs and initiatives. This committee provides a forum for those involved with housing counseling to offer advice directly to the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Housing Counseling on the ways to accomplish the objectives of our office. All committee meetings are open to the public. We've already heard about the agenda, but I'd like to just focus in on a few items. First, it is critically important that we acknowledge that 23 years ago, an unprecedented event happened in our country. It is our hope today to honor the memories of those who died on September 11th, 2001, terrorist attacks at the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, on this National Day of Remembrance. This remembrance will be led by our colleague, Jonathan Prayer, a colonel in the United States Army Reserve and a member of our own staff as an Office of Housing Counseling Program specialist. Then we'll have our greetings and move on to the program, the agenda, as Virginia noted before. So to kick things off, I'd like to turn to Colonel Freyer and invite him to lead us in this remembrance ceremony. Thank you, Jonathan.
The events of 9/11 and the days that followed remind us that in the face of unfathomable devastation and loss, our ability to come together with compassion and our capacity for resilience can see us through the most unimaginable challenges. That is from the 9/11 Memorial and Museum Annual Report. Next slide. The tragic events of 9/11. At 8:46 a.m., hijackers deliberately crashed American Airlines Flight 11 into floors 93 through 99 of the North Tower. 9:03 a.m., hijackers deliberately crashed United Airlines Flight 175 into floors 77 through 85 of the South Tower. 9:37 a.m., hijackers deliberately crashed American Airlines Flight 77 into the Pentagon near Washington, D.C. 9:59 a.m., the South Tower collapsed. 10:03 a.m., after learning of the other attacks, passengers on United Airlines Flight 93 launched a counterattack on hijackers aboard their plane to try to seize control of the aircraft. In response, the hijackers crashed the plane into an empty field near Shanksville, Pennsylvania. 10:28 a.m., the North Tower collapses, leaving the 16-acre World Trade Center site in ruins and collateral damage affecting all adjacent properties and streets. The rescue efforts commenced immediately. Next slide. Throughout our country today, Americans are coming together in service and remembrance of the tragic events that traumatized our nation over 23 years ago. Let us take a moment to remember the 2,977 people from over 90 nations who were killed in New York, at the Pentagon, and in Pennsylvania. Let us always remember the heroes of 9/11, the firefighters, the police officers, the paramedics, and all others who assisted those in need of help during this time of utter chaos. During this remembrance, a bell will sound for each year since the tragic events of 2001, and in honor of the fallen, as well as those who risked their lives to save others, and all who demonstrated extraordinary compassion in the aftermath of the attacks. And finally, taps will be played as a call to remember those service members who gave their lives in service to the U.S. Armed Forces as a direct result of the 9/11 attacks on America. So please stand. All active duty members or veterans, please salute their institution.
Thank you, Colonel. It's hard not to be moved by this all of these years later. God bless the United States, and God bless all of the families who were touched by this unfortunate act. Moving forward on our agenda, it is my honor to introduce some of the officials who have joined us today, beginning with Mayor Kenneth Alexander from the city of Norfolk. Mayor, thank you very much for joining us.
There we go. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to Norfolk. It's a pleasure to have HUD's Housing Counseling Federal Advisory Committee here today, and especially at the Norfolk State University. I want to extend a warm welcome to the distinguished members of the committee, as well as all of our guests who are here today to take part in this important discussion on housing solutions. Housing affordability has become a pressing issue across the United States, with families everywhere feeling the impact of rising home prices and increasing rent costs. In 2022, I created the first Department of Housing and Community Development here in the city of Norfolk to improve the quality of life for all Norfolk residents and increasing access to quality, affordable housing. Along with the Norfolk Redevelopment and Housing Authority, community action agencies, some that you've mentioned, David, earlier, and other agencies, we are committed to addressing housing crisis head-on and improving the quality, affordability, access of housing. In the United States, there's a crisis, a shortage of affordable housing. The National Association of Realtors estimates a shortage of approximately 6 million homes nationwide. Housing costs have outpaced wage growth. Renters are facing similar challenges. The gap between housing costs and wages continues to widen, and that's a serious issue. These challenges affect not only low-income households, but also the middle class, making it essential to address the housing and affordability crisis head-on through policy changes, increased funding, and innovative solutions. By working together, we can ensure that everyone has a place to call home. I'm confident that the insights shared here today will help shape the future where housing is accessible and affordable for all. Thank you for being here today, and I want to thank you again for choosing Norfolk. Good morning.
Good morning and thank you. I'd like to now turn to our host today, and we're very honored to be here today at the Norfolk State University Center for African American Public Policy, and Dr. Sanjay Akomolafe, who is the Executive Director. Sir, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you very much for having us. We're so thrilled that you're here this morning. It's a great honor that you chose Norfolk State University. You could have been elsewhere. But we're even more thrilled with our association with HUD. It's indirect right now, but we're going to make it a direct association very soon. But I will be remiss if I don't start by welcoming you on behalf of Dr. J. We call her very affectionately Dr. J. That's Dr. Javon Adams-Gaston, who's the president of Norfolk State University. And we extend a very warm welcome to you. I also want to thank the Urban League of Hampton Roads. They have been absolutely fantastic for the past 2 years that we have been working with them. We are absolutely fortunate that they extended that sub-award to us. And then we have actually achieved a lot of things in the last 2 years. And I'm very proud of our association with them. One last thing I want to say. I want to thank Ms. Holman for your patience. And I would thank especially Ms. Boyer, who has made all this possible, and she has worked tirelessly. My hope is that this is the beginning of a great working relationship. We're going to try and do everything possible to make sure that that trust that you have reposed in us, we're going to earn it. I will look forward to working with you in future. Again, thank you very much, and I wish you a great meeting. Moving along.
Thank you so much. And as a resident of the Commonwealth, I look forward to popping down from Fredericksburg to visit and see your good works continue. I'm going to turn to our colleague, Matthew Heckles, who is the Regional Administrator for Region 3 at HUD. Matthew, thank you for joining us today.
Well, thank you very much for having me. So Region 3 covers the states of Pennsylvania, Maryland, Delaware, West Virginia and Virginia, and the District of Columbia. I am on the road a lot. Our offices are in Philadelphia, and I live in Wilmington, Delaware. It is just a real pleasure to be here. Deputy Assistant Secretary, thank you for your leadership and your team's work. I think that we're seeing change and progress and improvement in HUD's relationship to the housing counseling industry that is meaningful and very much needed, especially in these days. So on behalf of President Biden, Vice President Harris, and Acting Secretary Todman, thank you for all of your service, for all of the members here today, and all that you do throughout the years to be good partners for HUD and to help us to improve and allow us to serve you, and for you to then in turn serve your clients better. Unfortunately, it's always great to be in Norfolk. The problem is, you said so many great things, Mayor, and you clearly have a grasp of the material, and that's a wonderful thing to see. But you said a lot of things that I was going to say. Leadership at the local level is something that I am particularly focused on in my work at HUD, because when I look at what HUD does, our interactions with cities and counties and state agencies and the deployment of different programs is critical. Our public housing authority partners are another huge piece of that. There's a great public housing authority here in the city that's doing tremendous work on revitalization in certain neighborhoods through the Choice Neighborhood Program. In Newport News, also great progress being made right there here in the Tidewater region, but all across the region, across the country. HUD is focused on improving neighborhoods and serving families. But one of the things that I think, we often look to the housing counseling industry in hard times. We did in 2008 and 2009. We have again very recently as we served families through the pandemic. And that makes the work hard. It makes the work something that is very difficult to do day in and day out. I have often in my career worked with housing counselors, and it's hard to have a conversation with them that doesn't become very personal, and that's hard work to do. And again, I just want to emphasize the importance of it because, as the mayor said, housing for families in America today is a bigger challenge than it has been in a long time. It is harder for people to achieve the dream of homeownership. It is harder for them to maintain their home. And even renters, something that is sort of an underserved area, perhaps over the years, but one that we're focused on, need help in today's environment. We see homelessness numbers increase because of these challenges across the housing market. And as the mayor suggested, the gap of units available is causing these price increases. We're working on housing supply, but we've got to empower the demand. So the 1 million people that housing counseling agencies and housing counselors serve every year is a critical part of making sure that we match up demand to the supply that we're creating. I think this administration very much understands the challenges that families face and the challenges that housing counselors face in serving those families. It's harder than it ever has been before, but this administration also cares about making sure that we are promoting American families and allowing them to achieve their dreams. I think it's fitting that we're here today on on 9/11 because these challenges can be exacerbated for people who have served in our armed forces. And today we remembered 9/11, but also I think it's important to recognize the increase in the veteran population that resulted from the conflicts that took place as a result of that day. And, you know, I think this administration has done a really tremendous job in supporting people who are experiencing homelessness who are veterans. And part of that is with great partnerships that we have at the federal level between HUD and the VA, and at the local level between our veteran hospitals and our VA hospitals and our public housing authorities administering the VASH program. But we're working really hard to make sure that veterans especially have, one homeless veteran means that we still have work to do. And so we are continuing that work, and we are making sure that not only are we serving people who are homeless, but making sure that they have access to all the different housing opportunities that they deserve. So thank you very much again for all of the work that you do as members of this committee to help us get better, but also for the work that you do every day to serve American families in housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Administrator Heckles. I just want to connect the remarks to what we saw yesterday briefly, the strong work being done by the UP Center and the Housing Resource Center of Virginia Beach. It really highlighted federal, state, and local partnerships, in particular, working with the armed forces on so many levels, housing, job placement, and other related opportunities, mental health, as well as working with the unhoused as well. We saw some model programming happening here, leading not only in the state, but serving as a model for nationwide. And it really celebrates the role that public and private partnerships can have together. It's my honor now to introduce Captain Peggy Britton, who is the sector commander for the United States Coast Guard here in Virginia. Welcome and thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Am I on? Good morning to the members of the committee and especially the members here on my side. I truly feel that I am not worthy to be here at this table with you because I don't do really anything with housing. I don't. And I'm so grateful that Ms. Holman invited me to be here today because in my capacity, I oversee operations. And I can tell you everything about Coast Guard operations in the state of Virginia and across our nation. And I'm so proud to wear the fabric of our nation. For over 28 years, and I graduated from a high school just up the road. This is my home. We have so much to be proud of here in this area. We have the largest Coast Guard footprint, the world's largest Navy. We have geostrategic assets on the Army and the Air Force. Every possible entity that you could think of in our armed forces is represented here in the Hampton Roads region. We have so much to be proud of. And those service members who voluntarily, less than 1% of our nation, voluntarily sign and raise a hand to take an oath to serve our nation. It's absolutely inspiring. And I'm so honored, Ms. Holman, that you asked me to speak here today about housing. Because really, when we think about it, I think of it in terms of stories and anecdotes. And what does it mean for our young airmen, soldiers, and sailors? Just the other day, I was riding up an elevator at Norfolk Centera. I was in uniform. This young man was not, but I could tell from his patriotic tattoos that he was definitely a service member. And he said, "Oh, you're in the Coast Guard." I said, "Yes." "How long?" "Oh, over 24 years. He says, "Oh, I'm at 8. I said, "Oh, that's wonderful. How do you like it?" And he paused. And he said, "It's good. I wish I'd have joined the Coast Guard." To which I laughed and chuckled. But I said, "Oh, really? Well, tell me more." He goes, and he was going up there to see his bride and their brand new baby girl. He had a pink sticker on. I said, he says, "It's the deployments and the housing." And I thought, oh, what a timely interaction. The deployments, yes, our United States Navy here, they can deploy 9 months to a year, wherever our nation needs them around this globe. But the second thing, the housing, that's what's on his mind as he goes up to spend time with his bride and their newborn. He's worried about rent. And if you think about it, if you look at the pay scale of our junior personnel, it actually gets you by the heart. Our junior people barely live at poverty, barely above the poverty line when you look at the pay scale for an E3, E4, E5. And so I just want to say thank you for including our military members in this conversation, whether they be on active duty or veterans who proudly serve their country. They deserve to have a home and access to affordable housing. So thank you for the conversation. On the part of somebody who's on the operations and not in housing, it means everything when the member can be whole in serving our country. So thank you for the conversation. Thank you for including me here among these illustrious panelists. And I just applaud the work that all of you do in this mission set. Thanks.
Captain, I think you just set the tone for our conversation today, and thank you for doing that. Thank you very much. And I'll share that yesterday when we had the privilege of meeting folks who serve via the Navy Family Housing Office, I know they are committed to do everything in their power to ensure that every service member they engage with has an affordable and safe place to live. And a shout out again to those who are here today from that office. It's now my pleasure to introduce our guest from the Virginia Housing Agency. Earlier, I shared with our speaker, Madeline Pay, forgive me, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Thank you. That there are just a handful of organizations that in my role in housing counseling and fair housing over 30 years, that I would say are among the best in the nation. And I firmly believe that about Virginia Housing. And so it is our pleasure to welcome you. She is the Managing Director of Community Outreach, and we look forward to our further collaboration with you and your office. Please.
Yes, thank you, sir. And good morning. And Captain Britton, you know a lot more about housing than you believe. Thank you for your service and for representing veterans. And I say that on behalf of a veteran. I echo the comments from, of course, our panel members here. I don't think there's a whole lot that we can add there, but I'll say this, even despite the challenges, what I think we all recognize is that home ownership continues to be the cornerstone of a stable community. And also, as we think about this, you know, home ownership fosters a sense of pride and belonging and investment in the future. I'd like to thank you for this invitation today and extend greetings on behalf of my team who's here today, and also our new CEO, Tammy Neal, and our board of directors. What I'll say is I'm pleased to learn that what many of you have known for many, many years, and also mentioned by, of course, Mr. Berman, we have been providing housing counseling for over 28 years, since 1998. I am pleased to report that we remain committed to the priority of home ownership under Operation Home Ownership. And you'll see in visiting our website that it remains a strategic priority for us. My colleagues, Amanda Gordon, Katrina Booker, Keith Reeston, are participating today and will be led by Sid Alvado. And she will be presenting on our behalf. She'll be providing you some updates on the resources that we have available, because we're continuing to evolve in our resources that we have for first-time homeowners and also minority homeowners. She'll also be providing an update too on the members that we have serviced over the past year, and also what it will look like for our way forward. So really excited to share that with you. And I'll say in closing, I'll be remiss not to point out something that our director, Kelly, who is behind me as well, pointed out, because as I'm getting my sea legs under me, I think it's important to elevate the voices of the folks who have been doing this work with us for many years. She says that managing both the HUD Housing Counseling Network and providing home buyer education classes to the military can't be done without a strong partnership with many people in community outreach in our organization, the HUD network, the military partners, and we are incredibly grateful and thankful for your partnership. I don't think it could be said any better. And as we look forward, I think it's critical to know for us, we are going to be leaning into innovation, to collaboration, to a fresh perspective. And so we'll be sitting around the table, rolling our sleeves up to have those conversations with you as we move homeownership into the future.
Thank you very much for joining us and for your remarks, as well as for all of your colleagues who will be participating with us today. I am going to move forward now with sort of an update or an update on the important progress our office is making to address HUD's priorities to ensure that every American can live in the affordable housing of their choice in a marketplace that is free from discrimination. I'd like to begin by discussing a few very significant steps forward that we have taken over the past year. Most notably is our new homeownership initiative. The NOFO for that initiative was published originally in March of last year. And now we have awarded funds. What's very significant about the homeownership initiative is that we are using a negotiated fixed price reimbursement model to provide culturally sensitive, linguistically appropriate housing counseling that not only includes pre-purchase counseling, but also post-purchase counseling, and requires the realization of homeownership, mortgage origination. This is a game changer for our office in many ways. The goal, of course, is to increase homeownership rates among historically underserved communities and constituencies, as well as to address some of the barriers that exist in the marketplace so that we can address the homeownership gap. 24 applications were scored, and we awarded $10 million to 23 intermediaries and state housing finance agencies. Essentially, what is very exciting about this program is that our office will be also working with our Office of Policy Development and Research, also known as PD&R, to document the impact of homeownership counseling. There is an absence of meaningful data in this space. During the financial crisis and thereafter, there is lots of data on the strong impact of housing counseling to sustain homeownership. We saw that again during the pandemic, both in eviction prevention as well as foreclosure prevention, working with public and private sector colleagues. But in homeownership, there are still many question marks about the impact. And so we are looking forward to fast tracking this report, which will look at so many different issues: demographic impacts, credit score impact, type of mortgage utilized, communities where folks resided as tenants versus where they purchased, and so on and so on and so on, so that we can educate, inform, but most importantly, expand, take pre-purchase counseling to scale nationwide. I'll also add there have been many questions under regulation, such as the Real Estate Settlement Procedure Act, on, in fact, is it a RESPA violation to contract with housing counseling organizations? The CFPB last year affirmed HUD guidance from a decade ago, stating that it is not a RESPA violation. Everyone can take a look at that on the CFP website. But also an open issue is, what is a fair market value for pre-purchase counseling and post-purchase in this case? Well, we have solved that issue because HUD, as a regulator, is negotiating with all of the grantees to establish a negotiated fixed rate with each of the agencies, working in cooperation with a nationally known accounting agency. This firm is negotiating with our agencies right now, and in the future, it is our hope that the agencies will receive fair compensation for their services, and also everyone will be able to point to this approved rate from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, again, with the hope that more and more mortgage originators, banks covered by the Community Reinvestment Act, and others will begin to enter into agreements so that we can realize our nation's goal of expanding homeownership to all groups. As well as you're aware, we awarded $36.9 million in housing counseling grants under the Comprehensive Housing Counseling Grant Program. And as you heard, that reaches the full range of housing counseling needs across the country, whether there are needs in urban, suburban, or rural communities. The 165 grantees in that program included 32 national intermediaries, 16 state HFAs, and 7 multi-state organizations, plus 110 local housing groups that applied directly to our funding program as well. The program is a 2-year NOFO, and we expect to announce awards for the second year, stay tuned, imminently. So stay tuned, everyone. As well, you've heard about the wonderful work that is happening under the MSI Partnership Initiative. We have allocated additional support for that program, and we're delighted that we are reaching more and more universities and colleges with the grant each year. Most significantly, it's just a joy hearing the stories about college students at HBCUs who are becoming homeowners right out of college as they accept their first professional roles, or becoming housing counselors because they have such joy in being exposed to the wonderful work that housing counselors do nationwide. As well, we have announced training grants, and the training grants are critically important to keep all of our counselors abreast of the latest issues in housing counseling. For example, HUD's important work with other federal agencies to ensure that every American has a fair appraisal. Valuation is a very, very important issue. I'm proud of HUD's leadership in this space, and we have made very strong progress on this front nationwide, influencing not only how appraisals are conducted through discussions with industry leadership and state regulators, but also working to diversify the profession itself, which is very, very important. How can one know a community unless one understands and lives in a community? And HUD has been making great progress in that space as well. I want to highlight our Let's Make Home the Goal campaign. It's beginning right now. Every housing counseling agency should be participating. We have wonderful branding for housing counseling organizations. Look for a major announcement by Acting Secretary Adrian Todman next week at our virtual conference about the initiative. We are very, very excited about this. We are in 42 metropolitan areas across the country and truly going nationwide. We expect to reach millions of consumers. The focus is on homeownership. The focus is targeting underserved markets. We've done that by looking at all of the major studies from major interest groups such as NARAB, AREA, and other organizations. We know, this is the second year of the program, that our social media, our targeted ads, our PSAs are hitting our target audience. And what are we doing? We are elevating the profession of housing counseling so it is no longer the best kept secret. We fully expect to drive tens of thousands of consumers in every state we're in to speak with HUD certified housing counselors and take advantage of HUD approved housing counseling programs. This work will be continuing over the next 5 years. We may adapt the focus of the program each year, but we are excited that we're able to do this. We've been having regional meetings across the country. I hope some of you have been able to attend nationwide. I know we have many people watching us virtually today. Those will continue next year. We're looking at programs, if memory serves correctly. I think, Terry, we're looking at Detroit, we're looking at Miami, and we are looking at
Colorado?
Denver, is it? All right, to be determined still, but we're looking at 3 sites where we talk about focused issues in those communities and how housing counseling organizations can connect with all of the community stakeholders, public and private sector, to leverage the work that we're doing and to be sure that HUD is aware of your innovation. All of our good works are a result of your innovation and trying to further take them to scale and socialize them across the nation. Many of you are aware that we went final on our tribal certification rule. This was a long overdue step by HUD. We were directed or mandated by Congress when our office was stood up 13 years ago to, in fact, create a process to certify tribal housing counselors. We have completed that process. As you know, we did a number of consultations with tribal communities, tribal leaders, groups that serve tribal entities and nations. And in fact, we had almost universal applaud for the approach that we are taking. We are now moving to implementation, which in essence will be a new segment of our certification exam. For those who would like to practice only on tribal lands, individuals will only be required to take a unique test that is custom designed to be appropriate for the knowledge issues or knowledge base to work in tribal communities. We're going to be working with the tribal communities. We're going to be working with contractors to roll out both the training materials and the certification exam as we move forward. It's very, very exciting. Now, for those who would like to practice everywhere, you can continue to take the traditional examination. And if you'd like, you can also take the tribal module in addition to that. But essentially, we have a strong proposal now, and we're even beginning to examine how we can increase through all of HUD's programs the flow of support to tribal communities, financial support to better meet the needs of tribal communities nationwide. Many of you also commented on our modernization rule. And for those who are not familiar with it, essentially it was a rule to bring us up to date with what is happening with the practice of housing counseling across the country. Namely, of course, as you know, many consumers prefer telephonic or virtual counseling to face-to-face, or vice versa. Some consumers like every form of counseling. They want face-to-face, but they also will take advantage of telephonic and virtual. The new standard will permit all of these forms of counseling, coupled with using online educational tools with it, to occur. Stay tuned. An announcement also is imminent on the final rule. And thank you to everyone who, in fact, commented. It was also universal support pretty much for the new rule. And I think we're simply catching up with how services are truly being delivered. I think everyone is aware of the importance of virtual and telephonic in the pandemic sense. But let me also share with you that during the foreclosure crisis, and even today, seniors who are interested in the reverse mortgage HECM product, more and more are electing telephonic counseling or virtual counseling than ever before. Added benefits of this, and we're going to be monitoring the rollout and the impact of this, will be, of course, more cost-effective delivery of services, because virtual and telephonic is less expensive to deliver than place-based housing counseling. There may be an impact on the number of mortar and brick offices across the country. Let me say, one, that we still have a requirement for any consumer who would like to receive face-to-face counseling, that every organization, if they do not provide it, are required to refer to another agency who does provide it. And if someone would prefer virtual or telephonic, and that's not your choice as an organization, as a component of your mission, also we ask that you refer to an agency. We want to meet consumers where they are coming from. In essence, we're applying human-focused or human-centered design to the work that we are doing in our office. So stay tuned on the modernization rule. That announcement is also imminent. And then essentially, I just want to also speak to everyone about some of the broader work that we are doing in the education field. And the importance, as I noted earlier, of meeting the needs of elders in our community has other issues that we have to acknowledge. Many of you are aware, as was noted by Matthew, of the important work we are all doing in working with the unhoused and ensuring that everyone has a place to live and trying to reduce the number of homeless across our country. This is very, very important. First, we have to break through the stereotypes that exist about who the homeless are. Most Americans do not realize that the majority of homeless are children, often with a single mother. Many Americans don't realize that the fastest growing group of homeless in our nation are senior citizens who can no longer afford in their rental or homes. When it comes to our experience with natural disasters, we are hearing all too frequently about elders who have allowed their homeowners insurance to lapse because they can no longer afford it. And then the worst case happens. Disaster hits and they are displaced and they have no way to rebuild. So an invitation for all of us to be better prepared. We are going to be focusing on all of these issues moving forward. We want to expand the capacity of groups. This includes working with veterans and members of the armed forces, as we noted earlier, the importance in this space as well. But also, I urge housing counselors to consider becoming certified as HECM certified housing counselors. This is of growing importance. We really would like to see an increase in the number of HECM counselors. It is the toughest certification in our space, but it's designed to be that to ensure that seniors have best-in-class information as they're making one of the most important decisions about how they would like to age in place. And we also have to ensure, because they are often targets of scams and fraudulent activities, that they are getting trusted advice from HUD-certified counselors. So again, I commend all of our counselors nationwide to consider becoming HECM certified. So now I'd like to announce we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will reconvene. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back to the Office of Housing Counseling, Federal Housing Counseling Advisory Committee meeting. We are about to begin our work session. Many of you are aware of a very significant settlement that took place that is affecting the real estate industry, in particular with regard to broker commissions. There has been a lot of discussion about how these proposed changes in the settlement will impact on low to moderate income consumers, first-time home buyers, first-generation home buyers, and communities of color. In fact, this very group was meeting at another meeting in San Antonio, Texas, when this issue first emerged, and it became an action item in our discussion. And this committee created a subcommittee. Today we are going to have a report out from the subcommittee on recommendations, the steps that were taken, groups, industry trade associations that were engaged with, and ultimately, I believe, some very significant recommendations to the Office of Housing Counseling to explore implementation on. So to begin, I'd like to just read aloud, and these are in some of the written materials, all the written materials that were distributed for the meeting, the charge that was given to this committee to kick off our conversation. As a result of recent lawsuits and settlements regarding how consumers purchase and sell residential real estate, new guidance, policies, and practice changes have been developed by the National Association of Realtors, which are also being examined by the United States Department of Justice. The guidance, policies, and practice changes took effect on August 17th, 2024, but the process of implementation may vary from state to state depending on state law, multiple listing service policies and regulations, and how each state realtor board implements the policies for their members. The work of the subcommittee is to recommend next steps for the HUD Office of Housing Counseling consideration for the development of educational resources, best practices, and guidance that can be shared with housing counseling agencies and housing counselors to ensure that consumers are provided accurate, current, and timely guidance when engaging the services of a real estate licensee in the purchase or sale of residential real estate. The subcommittee will engage a variety of organizations for input during the deliberations process, including but not limited to the National Housing Resource Center, the National Association of Realtors, the National Association of Real Estate Brokers, the National Association of Hispanic Real Estate Professionals, the Asian Real Estate Association of America, and the National Mortgage Bankers Association. We were very privileged that two of the real estate members of our advisory committee stepped up to co-chair the meeting, and I'd like to turn the meeting over now to Mr. Paul Yorkis and to Mr. Lawrence Batiste. Gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. My name is Lawrence Batiste. I'm a member of the advisory committee. All protocols being in place at this time, I would like to thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leadership and your guidance, as well as the staff and all of the members of the advisory committee that assisted us in putting this report together. But most of all, I want to thank Mr. Paul Yarkus, who is Mr. Fair Housing himself. And because we worked together and it was a good working relationship and we came out with solid information that we could provide or recommend to the housing counseling. So at this time, the subcommittee though was created to facilitate the work and the recommendations of the Housing Counseling Federal Advisory Committee. As we did this and as we work forward, we continued to do the work and we came up with a summary. And what we came up with was the housing counselor must approach the intimate changes, these changes that we're looking at from NAR settlement and agreement with sensitivity. It is very important to ensure that the first-time home buyers and the senior selling their homes are well informed in their rights and their obligations. Counselors need to be knowledgeable about the state real estate licensing policies and the forms to guide the consumer effectively. These are some key points that we found as we went through this process. And as you may already know, that the North settlement changes took effect on August the 17th, 2024. MLS and Realtor associations are updating their policies and forms currently. A written buyer's agreement is now required with negotiable terms, but there is no national standards. So this is open so that in essence, it is a negotiable open ends between the buyer as well as the agent. Each state though has its own real estate laws, leading to variations in written buyer agreements. So they have their different buyer agreements. It could be, you could be in one state and the next state doesn't have the same agreement. So it's very important that the housing counselor within that area be able to know what's going on within their local boards and state. Counselors should also create a library of sample agreements to educate clients on their options, to be able to discuss that with them. Now, sellers must also have a written seller's agreement that includes special compensation terms and disclosures that also is open and negotiable. Counselors are also encouraged to collaborate, as we have noticed a number of counseling agencies are doing with realtor associations to stay updated on their policies and help consumers navigate the new contractual landscape that we're looking at. In this case, collaboration with the association and with MLSs will essentially make it much easier so that the counselor can perform their duties within their environment. Key points regarding sellers though, agreements include these. Seller agents agreements do not replace state required agency disclosure forms. All contract terms are negotiable with no standard seller agreement, commission services, or lengths. This is all open and negotiable. Total compensation though, for a seller agent cannot exceed what is expected in the agreement. Has to match. Each state has its own real estate laws and realtor boards, resulting in variations in seller agent agreements. So we're looking at, you could have one board that has one agreement, another board has another agreement. It is so important that the counselor be involved within the real estate community to know what's going on so that they can properly educate the consumer. This is one of the biggest things that you will find now as it goes. We handle pre-purchase counseling and so forth, but now it's time to be able to step it another level so that you can go to that level to educate them in regards to that commissioning and the agreement that's there within that state or local board area. Now, we looked at, we're looking at recommending the engagement with organizations like the National Housing Resource Center, the National Association of Realtors, as we've looked at this. So we continue to look at these different areas. We have laid out a summary of what now are our recommendations. And in those recommendations, I'm gonna ask Mr. Paul Yorkers to cover some of those recommendations that we have from this subcommittee presented to the Housing Council and Federal Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Paul, if I could, before you begin, first, thank you, Lawrence. Very, very good summary of the activity and to queue up the recommendations. This is a hybrid meeting. I just want to share with our audience that we do have members of the advisory committee who are participating remotely today. And before we hear the recommendation, I just would like to confirm that they are in our virtual audience, Carol Jovanovich, Gabe Del Rio, Bill Sevilla, and Tony Walters. Could we just check to see and confirm that they are participating virtually so we can engage them in this conversation?
Carol is here.
Gabe's here.
I heard two. All right.
David, one member is ill today.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for that. All right, Paul, please.
Thank you, David. I want to give you a little bit of background of how we got to where we are. This was not a decision of a couple of people. Members of the subcommittee were very diligent in communicating with one another, but we also had the opportunity to bring representatives to a meeting where the recommendations, and I should say the draft recommendations, were shared with them. And we got an awful lot of very positive, constructive input. And I think that input helped craft our final recommendations to the Office of Housing Counseling. I know that every member of the Housing Counseling Federal Advisory Committee understands and sincerely appreciates the work of housing counselors. Your work is incredibly important. And getting through this new set of rules and regulations is going to be challenging. And even though we have a series of recommendations, please recognize that the federal court still has to review the agreement that has been reached with the National Association of Realtors. As a result of that review, it's possible there will be changes made to those recommendations. Additionally, as Lawrence has mentioned, it is incredibly important for housing counseling agencies to work with realtor organizations to partner on behalf of consumers. The whole goal is to make sure that consumers, both buyers and sellers, are well informed and well prepared to do that buying process or that selling process. What I'd like to do is share with you now the 7 committee recommendations that will be considered by the Office of Housing Counseling. The committee recommends that the Office of Housing Counseling encourage stakeholder engagement and collaboration, including organizations such as the National Housing Resource Center, the National Association of Realtors, the National Association of Real Estate Brokers, the National Association of Hispanic Real Estate Professionals, the Asian Real Estate Association of America, the National Mortgage Bankers Association, the Coalition of HUD Intermediaries, the Mortgage Bankers Association, and others. It is really important that each of those stakeholders have contributed, and we are encouraging them to continue to contribute to the implementation of these guidelines. The committee recommends that the Office of Housing Counseling create an online resource center on the HUD Exchange where all best practices, guidance documents, frequently asked questions, and additional resources can be addressed by the housing counselors and consumers. Consumers are now pretty sophisticated in some cases, so they can go, we hope, will be able to go right to the website and look for these recommendations and be in a position to understand how they affect them as a consumer. Number 3, the committee recommends that the Office of Housing Counseling develop training, meeting, and/or webinars to ensure that HUD certified housing counselors are fluent in the new standards. Number 4, the committee recommends that the Office of Housing Counseling incorporate the new standards into the pending update to housing counseling best practices. The committee recommends that the Office of Housing Counseling engage with stakeholders to regularly update its industry and educational initiatives. Number 6, the committee recommends that the Office of Housing Counseling collaborate with HUD's Office of Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity to ensure that every consumer can purchase the home of their choice in a marketplace free of discrimination. And the last recommendation, the committee recommends that the Office of Housing Counseling consider the creation of education and outreach campaign for housing counselors to educate consumers in conjunction with industry trade associations. And I can share with you that this November, Undersecretary Birnbaum will be participating in an event in Boston with the National Association of Realtors to better help realtors understand how valuable partnerships are with the housing counseling agencies and housing counselors. So we're moving in the right direction, and on behalf of the subcommittee, David, I present these recommendations to you.
Great. Paul, Lawrence, would you like to make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Very good. So let's begin some discussion. If you have a particular thought regarding the recommendations to the members, if you could highlight the particular recommendation number you're focusing on so we all can follow. And what I'd like to do is first invite our members who are participating virtually. If you'd like to share your thoughts about the recommendations, the paper, please do so now.
Well, I just think it's really important, right? I mean, this is a huge change that if moves forward without being changed, everyone has to get used to. It's not how things have worked. There's a great deal of education for consumers and throughout the industry to happen. And I didn't hear you talk about financing in there, Paul, but I guess and maybe I missed it. But I do think that in the housing counseling discussion, how you're going to pay for potentially additional closing costs and sort of running those scenarios and understanding when and where down payment assistance, which is often, we refer to as down payment and closing cost assistance, but when can down payment assistance be used to pay additional closing costs if they're bringing it or paying their realtor directly? So that would be another really important factor for housing counseling and an important piece of that discussion as it relates to how this impacts consumers.
Yeah.
So, and our organization, along with many others, have joined in just to share our concern that we do think that underserved communities, which are the core of our mission, will be disparately impacted by this scenario. And so you've got a group with less resources that is now burdened with bringing more resources to bear in order to complete a transaction that they did not need those resources for prior to. So it is concerning, and we'll stay watching it and stay on top of it. And thank you to the committee for putting together the recommendations.
That was Gabe Del Rio. You saw his Zoom picture come up late in the broadcast there, so I just want everyone to know who it was. And actually, the issue of fair housing is, just on background, Paul and Lawrence, I'm going to invite you to respond to Gabe's point, but I know there's a lot of discussion. On one hand, those who brought the case believe, representing consumers, that this would have a positive impact and make pricing more competitive, more transparent. But there is a genuine fair housing concern that this is going to push costs onto first generation, first time home buyers. Once again, documenting the important role of housing counselors to educate and empower consumers. But to the point of disparate impact, how would you respond to Gabe on that?
First of all, thanks for raising the question. There is, I disagree with the idea that somehow or another this is going to benefit first-time home buyers. I think it's going to harm them. I think the counseling that needs to be done with that first-time home buyer needs to be done very carefully, and the expertise of the housing counselor being able to know whether whether compensation to a buyer agent is available, even though it's not on MLS, it still may be available, and it is critical, and I want to use that word intentionally, it's critical that housing counselor, when they are working with the consumer, understands that they should be advising the consumer to ask the realtor who they're working with, is compensation being offered, or can we still request through our offer to purchase that the seller compensate the buyer agent? That's permitted. What's not permitted is a seller agent to offer compensation to a buyer agent through the MLS platform. That is prohibited.
It sounds like, Paul, we're in agreement that this is concerning for buyers, and the scenario that you just presented, where a buyer could potentially ask for their realtor to be paid, would also make that buyer less competitive than other buyers who were not asking for this. So, David, I think the overall sort of response is that this might be great for sellers and might save them costs. I doubt this is going to impact the market very much from a pricing scenario, nor would this be good for buyers at the end of the day. And specifically, the underserved populations and folks that already struggle to achieve and reach home ownership, this is just an additional burden for them. And they potentially have less resources and less assistance going through the largest transaction of their life that is very complex and very stressful. And so the overall situation is still, very concerning, and there's much to solve for. I think that technology platforms and other ways of assisting a consumer or a home buyer will need to birth in this new marketplace. And we're not there yet. So there's not only do we have to educate consumers today on the scenario, but 5 years from now, new things, new solutions will pop up. And so we'll have to educate consumers around those solutions and the best ways to shop and analyze their options.
I think the point you're raising, that the process is an ongoing process, and it's really critical that housing counselors have great relationships with the real estate community where they are practicing their counseling skills, and recognize that what the state of the process is today can be very different a month from now, depending upon how MLSs operate. And I can tell you that there's still litigation pending with some MLSs. So I just want to encourage housing counselors to really be on top of what's going on with the MLS in their area and the real estate association in their area.
Thank you. And thank you, Gabe. I'll hazard a statement that I believe that most, and there are thousands of down payment assistance programs across the country, many are taking a fresh look at their parameters right now as a result of this settlement.
Yes.
An informal look right now, I can hazard a suggestion that many would allow this, but the impact is to take much needed equity investment away from a potential consumer.
Mhm.
Also state that rather candidly, don't expect mortgage securitizers to pay for this, because that would inflate the value of the mortgage related to the value of the home, the amount of mortgage related to the value of the home. So there's no expectation that underwriters in the mortgage industry would be willing to do this. Let me turn to Daniel Garcia, please.
Yeah, I think this all brings up the issue of, or I wouldn't even say the issue, the importance of education and collaboration. One, housing counselors need to be educated about what this actually means for the consumer, but housing counselors can also be help educate and collaborate with the real estate professionals on how they can impart this information to the consumer. Because being in the market, there's a lot of misinformation just from real estate professionals as well. They don't quite understand what's going on. And oftentimes, the big thing that's out there is that, oh, sellers aren't required to pay, or they're not allowed to pay buyer brokers or anything like that. That's not true. And so I think it's important that, from the office's standpoint, when we're talking about, to the point of number 3, the recommendation of developing trainings, that we do develop some trainings for not only our housing counselors to, talk to the consumers and educate the consumers, but to help them educate the real estate professionals. And I think there's, great organizations that we can collaborate with in doing that. NCRC, for example, NeighborWorks America, their NTI trainings. So I think that's an important thing that we can look at when we're talking about the education piece and the importance of the collaboration piece.
Thank you, Daniel. Any other comments from the members? Richard?
So the one thing when I look at the housing counselor job is, and we have to come up with the solution for, this is another thing we're adding to their plate. And I know my counselors, now when we're telling them, now you have to understand this and educate them on this, it's increasing the time of the counseling sessions and how much they have to share with their clients. And we have to find funding, or we have to find a solution to what's going to offset this added burden that we're adding and this added responsibility to the housing counselor. So just something for all of us to consider.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any of our members online? Nope. Okay. So we have a first. I'm assuming we had a second from the co-chair. Do we have a motion to call the question? All right. Just one last call for any discussion from anyone. Otherwise, allow me to do what I'll simply do as a sort of a verbal vote. All those in favor of approving the recommendations of the subcommittee, please say aye.
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 Very good. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Congratulations and thank you for all of your work on this very important issue. The Office of Housing Counseling team will review the recommendations and report back. I'm very hopeful, in fact, that we will be able to identify the resources to continue to work with all of the trade associations and others who will join our conversation, as well as to educate not only and provide resources to the housing counseling community, but also to consumers at large. So I think that is very, very important. Lawrence, Paul, thank you. Thank you very much for your leadership here. All right, let's move forward on the agenda. I'm actually very pleased to walk everyone through or highlight the impact of the Federal Housing Counseling Advisory Committee. I'm going to invite Ginger to join me in this presentation. I believe we have some slides. If we could cue those up, that would be wonderful. It's hard to believe, but just essentially almost 3 short years ago, we reconstituted with new members, new energy, the advisory committee. We can go right on to the next slide, actually. Let's cue it up to the first one. It's the importance of this committee, as I noted earlier, it was created by Congress, was to ensure that housing counseling professionals would be perceived as integral and important professionals in real estate practice and housing finance. And of course, we know so many other areas: valuation, mortgage servicing, continuum of care, fair housing, and I could go on to all the areas that housing counseling agencies across the country touch. Each year, our office is required to create a report on the work and recommendations of the committee. We can go on to the next slide, please. And the purpose of that is not only to acknowledge the work of all of these wonderful people who are serving, doing great public service, being members of the committee, giving their time, sharing their expertise, but essentially it's to ensure that we serve consumers across the country. And that is our critical importance. Sure, we love engaging with housing counseling agencies. We love fair housing groups, state housing finance agencies, intermediaries, but we are here to make a difference in the lives of Americans across the country. And that's how we assess our impact, both through our own strategic plan and the work of this committee. And I think the members of the committee would agree, we have been busy. So I want to take a moment to highlight that. Let's go to the next slide, please. So Ginger, would you like to cover these next few slides?
Sure.
Okay.
Excuse me. As David said that, whoops, thank you. 3 years ago, the committee was reconstituted, and we now have 12 members. Next slide. This just is a picture of our meeting in Los Angeles. Next slide. Okay, so we've had a really rigorous selection process to fill the vacancies. And so by January 2023, 12 members had been selected and appointed, and they equally represent the mortgage industry, consumers, the real estate industry, and housing counseling agencies approved by the secretary. That language is cumbersome, but it is a statutory language. So in January of 2023, they were all appointed for a period of 3 years. Unfortunately, during that period, there were 2 vacancies that one has been filled, the other resulted in resoliciting. Next slide. So 11 of the terms are going to expire in January 2025. So we solicited applications in June of 2024. We received 98 applications and they're in the process of review. The new members will be appointed by the secretary in the fall of 2024. Right now, we're not sure what the terms are because there's some statutory issues, but we're working on getting back to staggered terms. The initial appointments had been for 1, 2, and 3-year periods. When we reconstituted, because we were filling all the vacancies, we ended up
Let's go ahead, try again.
just to go over our members, in the real estate category, we have Loris Batiste, Paul Yorkis, and Angie Liu. In the mortgage, we've got Carol Duvanovich, Sherry Eccles, Daniel Garcia, and we did have Patty Arvilo, but she had to resign. Next slide. In the housing counseling area, and these are representing housing counseling agencies, Bill Sevilla, Richard Barola, and Ibajoki. And then in the consumer category, which is sort of a broad category, we have Tony Walters, Gabe Del Rio. This is one of our vacancies. And we had Marshall Lewis, but unfortunately she is deceased. So those are the vacancies that we're filling. Next slide. Meetings. As David mentioned, we've been really busy since this group started. January 2022 to date, we've held 11 meetings and this will be our 12th. And we covered a wide range of topics, including, as you saw, regular updates on HUD and OHC. We do publish the minutes and the recordings on HUD.gov that are available to all of you and to the public. And the meetings have been held virtually, and after the pandemic, we were able to start in-person meetings. And we try to hold the in-person meetings in locations that meet the subject of the meeting. We learned that over 2,400 people have attended our meetings, mostly virtually, but some in person. Next slide. Some of our meeting topics: housing counseling modernization, improving delivery, disaster response, aging in place, the marketing campaign, tribal certifications, many of the topics you've heard David speak about, Asian American, Native Hawaiians, homelessness, challenges to Latino housing, property appraisal, and as we're doing today, housing solutions for the military.
So if you could shut yours off. Just want to make sure we don't have feedback between the mics. Thank you. So I think you can tell that these are real issues, and as well, among other issues that we covered included culturally appropriate, linguistically accessible and services, as well as bridging the homeownership gap. All of the issues of the day facing the professionals in the housing counseling community. We changed the culture of the committee for those who have been in housing counseling and have attended meetings from before January of 2022. First, the committee only met twice a year, and I would describe the meetings as very formal, very structured. Things would be assigned to subcommittees. And forgive me, I'm going to be candid. I know, Paul, you remember, but many of the recommendations were unrealistic. There was no possibility of achieving some of the recommendations from the committee. I'm happy to share with you as we move to I assume the next slide. Let's do that. Here we are in San Antonio again. That was a great meeting at Alamo College District on Latino issues. Next slide. And then the earlier photo was with regard to our meeting at the Japanese American National Museum in Los Angeles on Asian American Pan Pacific Islander issues. There's the group there. Next slide. The Latino community great, great community groups that we met with doing wonderful work in San Antonio. Next slide. And of course, today, next slide. Where I want to be the recommendations. The approach we're taking now is real-time discussion and recommendations so that we can move quickly. And I know that seems like an oxymoron for a HUD office to move quickly, but in fact, I'm very proud of the work that our staff has done. And I view us as one of the most proactive offices at HUD. And I'm very, very proud of that. Next slide, please. And then the recommendations are on critical issues. Next slide. Okay. So again, modernization, I already teased it up. There's a final rule coming out imminently on that issue. And then our work fostering collaboration is unprecedented, both with regard to our awareness campaign, the NAR settlement, building relationships to see more fee for service, as well as public support for home ownership education, working with Treasury and all the organizations that were doing pandemic relief. I could go on and on and on, but the volume of partnerships is exploding. So many of you know in my speeches last year, I was saying this is our time. And I firmly, firmly believe that. Now, as we're moving forward, I'm really focusing on how we can, in fact, take our program to new heights and scale through innovation, through privatization, through working more hand in hand with all of our partnerships. And to Gabe out there, who's been a leader in the special credit mortgage program space and others, we've done extensive public education on the utility of the programs, as well as empowering housing counseling agencies to use the special purpose mortgage program and FHA and CRA related products and all the down payment assistance programs regularly in their programs, and to be ready to jump in as more and more lenders take part. And then as well, we've been working very, very strongly with regard to educating counselors to how to engage with immigrants and new Americans so that their housing needs are being met. And in fact, they can realize home ownership as well. It's been one of the most exciting areas of our regional meetings that we've been convening. And then, of course, the marketing materials that every agency can use, the social media tools, the wonderful tools educating the public to, in fact, the availability of housing counseling. All of these have been done with the guidance, the input, the support of this committee. And to the whole committee and to all the members, I want to say thank you. The timing of this is very important. It was very, very intended because 3 years goes by in a flash. It's very, very, very quick. But this is probably the largest corpus of work that has ever been done by a group, a cohort, the members of the Housing Counseling Advisory Committee. So thank you and congratulations. A little bit later in the program, some of our members actually terms expire in September, and a little later in the program, as we have member comments, we'll appropriately recognize those who are with us today. Now, as you heard also, there is 98 applications to serve moving forward. We're very excited about that, including many existing members of this group who have reapplied to continue their service. So thank you. Those decisions are in progress right now. And, it's on one hand, I'd love to keep everybody. On the other, it's very important also to bring in new thoughts, new ideas, and new backgrounds. So we'll ultimately, I'm sure, find a blend in all of this. So stay tuned on that front, as we hope by mid-October for announcements. Is there a slide after this? Or is this one more slide? Okay.
Couple more.
Okay. Study the home ownership gap in every market, work with community planning and development to include housing counseling and the DR program, disaster relief program. Prepare a study on the housing needs of the elderly, considering financial and cultural issues, including a study of the impact of age on delivery of counseling services. That's one that we're engaging right now with several organizations. It has not been realized due to limited resources, but still on our priority list. expand workforce programs for housing counselors. In fact, our training grant program is doing that. Many of our HBCU partners in the housing counseling space are doing that. It's very exciting. Support coordination and sharing of homeless resources. We had a dedicated meeting on the issue of the unhoused and homeless and how to expand capacity. And continue to improve direct communication between OHC, housing counselors, and housing counseling agencies. Now, the regional meetings have been a tremendous success in that way. Housing Counseling Today, if you have not signed up for that virtual blog newsletter, I urge you to do so. We have a wonderful government email list that reaches, tens of thousands of stakeholders in every way. We're doing unprecedented levels, regular webinars and so on, including this meeting to keep everyone in the loop. And we certainly are speaking, all of our staff, at conferences nationwide, local, state, and national, and that is our joy. Next slide, please. Okay, let me turn it over to Paul.
Thank you, David. I just wanted to mention that to those in the room and to those who may be viewing virtually, that if you have the opportunity to attend one of the regional meetings, please do that. I was fortunate in being able to attend a regional meeting in Boston, as was Angie. It was a great meeting, very valuable meeting to me as a member of the committee. But the feedback I got from the housing counselors who were there was that it was very valuable as well. So when you hear about them, please consider participating in those meetings.
Is there anyone else who would like to comment about your experience or work to date? I know we have an afternoon of work ahead of us, but it's a moment of reflection. Anyone? Okay, I'm a group. So as we close and prepare for a 60-minute lunch break, I'd just like to quickly touch on two issues. Earlier, you heard the reference to our work to facilitate an update to national best practices. And we're very excited because during our national virtual conference next week, and if you haven't registered to join us, you still can. It will be on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of next week. Registration is through the HUD Exchange. One, I'm just very excited about the agenda. It touches on all of the important issues we all are working on together. But also the program will be launched by Acting Secretary Todman in a conversation with me. As I noted, look for some surprise announcements. And then on Tuesday, the program will be launched by Julia Gordon, our FHA Commissioner and Deputy for Housing. And also look for some surprise announcements then too. Yes, I'm teasing it up a little bit, but it's going to be fun next week. A lot of fun activities. We have an amazing conference discussion boards. It's going to be really great to actually engage you during the various panel presentations, during some of the keynotes. And we even have the members of our Housing Counseling Federal Advisory Committee doing a game show. Look forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. So please, if you haven't registered, everyone viewing across the country, please join us. 1,600 people have registered to date, but I'd love to see it jump up to 2,000 by next week. So please plan on joining us. With regard to the best practices, we will be doing an update. One of the things that we have done is a survey of many stakeholders about what our agencies feel should be updated with regard to industry best practices. And as we start to develop what I'll call sort of model industry standards or guidance, as we start to update and refresh all of this, these recommendations and thoughts from all of our agencies who are part of the survey, it wasn't all, but it's a great starting point for further discussion, will be shared next week during that particular session. And our tool board is going to be inviting all of everyone who's viewing further thoughts about next steps. And then our goal is to move forward with transparency, diligence, but also inclusiveness with all of our stakeholders to quickly now move to operationalize what will be the model standards moving forward. So we're very, very excited about that. All right, thank you everyone for joining us for the morning session. We will reconvene at 1 p.m. sharp. See you then. Thank you. Enjoy lunch. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone enjoyed the beautiful sunny day in Norfolk, Virginia, and our brief lunch break. Welcome to what is really the critical session of the day for us today, a focus on meeting the housing needs through expanding the capacity of groups to deliver best-in-class housing counseling services to members of the armed forces, their families, as well as to veterans who have served our nation. It's very appropriate that we are in Norfolk, Virginia, with the really large presence of members of the armed forces who live here and veterans as well. And it has just been a delight meeting with many of the direct service providers who work in this community. I just want to double check. I know we're looking forward to remarks from Robert Thompson, the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense at DOD, but I do not believe he's online yet. Is that accurate? Mr. Thompson, are you there?
He is not yet, but this is Megan Perky who works for him. So in the event he can't join and we need to get started, I will cover for him.
Okay, well, do you believe he'll be joining us? Because what we can do is begin our first session and then come back to him. Otherwise, I will ask you to present.
Yes, sir. He does plan on joining. I talked to him a short while ago. So if we
Thank
can
you.
switch it, that would be appreciated.
Let's do that. We will meet. Thank you for joining and sharing that with us. Much appreciated. So what we will do then is move forward on our agenda. We have our panelists and our subject matter experts good to go. Smiling faces in front of me, and we will come back to housing issues facing military families, but move into the discussion of supporting financial stability and housing support for service members and veterans. And this is definitely a focus of many of our agencies, in particular that are near military installations across the country. So our first speaker is Sun Nugent, President, USA Home Ownership Foundation and Veterans Association of Real Estate Professionals. And I'll add, I want to express my appreciation, Sun, for your participation in our efforts to define best practices for the recent broker settlement. Very appreciated, sir. Please. Let's get that mic going.
Is it working now? Okay. All right. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. My name is Son Nguyen. I'm the founder and head servant of the Veterans Association of Real Estate Professionals, or VA Rep. For the past 56 years, the Office of HUD Counseling has been vital in the fight against housing discrimination, along with supporting the FHA loan and promoting sustainable home ownership. However, for the past 80 years, the VA loan program has lacked similar wraparound services and support. The VA's reliance on real estate agents, lenders, and the housing community has been hampered by VA loan biases. Service members and veterans represent their own unique culture, forged through service and bound by strong brother and sisterhood, and also deserve the same protections as others under the Fair Housing Act. These oversights are correctable, and it is time to expand HUD's financial and housing counseling services to include service members and veterans. We propose a 36-month pilot program to provide immediate, adaptable, measurable solutions, paving a way for a permanent program under HUD. Founded in 2011, VA Rep is the only HUD-certified organization that is also a veteran service organization, actively working to support VA loan borrowers. Our approach is threefold. Number one, train housing professionals. As a CE school provider in 22 states, we have trained and certified over 40,000 professionals through courses such as Military and Veteran Housing Certification, Military and Veteran Living Certification, SCRA, Fair Housing, PCS, and we've even teamed up with Freddie Mac to author the military module for Credit Smart. Two, educate service members and veterans. We've educated over 20,000 service members and veterans through community events, on bases, and at veteran centers. Three, provide HUD counseling services. We provide HUD housing counseling services to help many VA loan borrowers navigate the path of home ownership. As you can see on this chart, every VA benefit has a VSO custodian, except for the VA loan and financial counseling benefits. VA rep has been fulfilling this gap. The NAR settlement has reshaped the real estate commission structures, which directly impacts VA borrowers, especially those with low to moderate incomes, such as reducing access to quality real estate representation, increasing upfront costs, and raising financial stress, potentially leading to foreclosure. VA loan defaults are on the rise, with over 40,000 as reported in March of 2024. This number is projected to be over 100,000 by year's end. Many of these cases are no fault of the VA borrower, mainly caused by COVID, the economy, and the abrupt end of the partial claim program in 2022. As I sit here, I received a text earlier this morning from my housing counseling team with a small mortgage servicer reaching out and stating that they have 18,000 VA loan defaulting borrowers at this moment that are non-responsive and need our help. Objectives for the 36-month pilot program: create a military and veteran housing counseling specialist designation for and to train selected HUD certified counselors. 2, train real estate lending and housing professionals. 3, provide financial and housing counseling services to service members and veterans. 4, support the DoD's financial readiness mandate for service members. 5, engage defaulting VA borrowers to prevent foreclosure. 6, support VA borrower for the VAS program rollout. 7, create a Fresh Start counseling program, including VA loan entitlement restoration. 8, expand down payment assistance grants to include commissions for LMI VA loan borrowers. For the past 13 years, we have tirelessly pushed for a veteran-focused counseling program. We are now closer than ever with legislation and committees to establish VA rep as a federally recognized VSO and to add service members and veterans as a protected class for fair housing. The most exciting part is I sit here in front of you today, and I'm honored that we are taking strides for HUD to lead the way in making this happen. Let me share you a story of Sharon, a Navy veteran widow who was struggling to keep her home after her husband passed away in 2023. She fell behind on her mortgage by over $17,000 and found it nearly impossible to get answers from her servicer on how to bring her loan current. After contacting HUD for help, she was connected with our team. We navigated the complex process of advocating for her, repeatedly explaining her situation to the servicer until they finally agreed to submit her loan to the VAS program. On Labor Day, Sharon called nervous about losing her home, and because she hadn't received any updates, we called the servicer and confirmed that her loan was approved for one of the options with VA's newly minted VAS program, extending her loan to 40 years with lower payments starting in November and adding the amount owed to the back of the loan. Sharon's story highlights how HUD housing counselors equipped with proper VA loan and military culture training, along with educating mortgage servicers and working with the VA, could make a life-changing impact. FYI, her housing counselor, Thomas Griffin, is a 74-year-old Marine that was not going to take no for an answer. Hoorah. I leave you with this. Programs like SFVF and HUD VASH are good, but it is time to add HUD housing counseling as a preventative measure in the COC to prevent veteran homelessness. We cannot let policy, mindset, or restrictions to hinder this progress. I look forward to more in-depth discussions with action and program development. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the time. God bless America, our service members, the veterans, and all of you for what you do. Thank you.
Mr. Nguyen, thank you. My apologies for mispronouncing your surname. And thank you for your powerful presentation. Much appreciated. I'm sure we're going to have some follow-up questions shortly. I've just been advised that Robert Thompson, the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Energy, Installations, and Environment, has now joined us as a virtual presenter. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. He is with the DoD Office of Housing. Let's turn it over to him for his presentation.
Okay, well, hey, thank you guys. Hopefully everyone can hear me, and thank you for that warm introduction. And thanks for allowing the Department of Defense to be part of this discussion today. I'm regretfully not with you today. I am stuck here in the Pentagon doing Pentagon stuff. But again, super appreciative of the chance to join you guys today. I know we only have 15 minutes. I've got with me Megan Perky, my Deputy Secretary for Housing Programs at Department of Defense. So my hope is that we can walk quickly through these slides, and I think Megan's going to highlight the efforts of DoD, really dating back a few decades, where we've privatized the majority of our housing inventory, and then hopefully afford a little bit of Q&A time on the back end. So again, thanks for affording us the opportunity to join today. Thanks for the warm introduction. And Megan, if you're ready, I'd ask you to walk through the slide deck that we have probably in about 8 or 9 minutes, so we can use the last 5 or 6 for Q&A before we're off the stage. Over to you, Megan.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And echoing Mr. Thompson's comments, I regret too not being physically there, but thank you so much for inviting us and giving us the opportunity here to speak to you today. So next slide, please. To level set and set the scene, we wanted to let you know what the particular mission statement is in terms of our office out of the Office of the Secretary of Defense. We are charged with supporting the readiness and protecting the quality of life for not only the military personnel themselves, but their families. And we do that in our part to that is by providing or ensuring access to safe, high quality, and affordable accompanied or family housing. And then unaccompanied housing, which you might have heard the terms dormitories, barracks, that's unaccompanied housing. And we provide this housing, this support to quality of life through military construction, government leasing, and then as Mr. Thompson spoke briefly about, privatization. So our big buckets or mission areas are government-owned, government-controlled housing, which that specifically is housing that either the Department of Defense owns or we lease it. It's owned by a private entity and we lease it and then operate it as if it were our own. And we do that to meet both family and unaccompanied housing needs. We have the Military Housing Privatization Initiative, which also encompasses family housing and unaccompanied housing, but it's more on the family housing side. And that's where basically we have taken housing that the Department of Defense once owned, and we have, through agreements with private companies, we have turned over that housing to a private company to own and operate on our military installations. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in the next couple of slides. And so our MHPI, or Military Housing Privatization Initiative, is only here in the United States. And so a large part of our overseas housing in countries like Germany, Korea, Japan, that's where it's DoD owned and controlled housing. But literally our portfolio is worldwide because we have service members and families stationed worldwide. But the actual biggest mission area that we have, if you took it just by where service members and their families actually live, is our off-base community housing. And those are very true private rentals. It is a private agreement between the service member and his or her family with a private landlord. So in actuality, about 70% of service members and families reside in this off-base community housing. So next slide, please. So speaking a little bit more about the Military Housing Privatization Initiative, or MIPI as we call it, it was authorized by Congress with the FY 96 National Defense Authorization Act. And like I said, it facilitated our ability to enter into real estate transactions with competitively selected entities or companies. We do this through a ground lease and we execute legal documents with it. More specifically, the military departments themselves actually enter into these agreements, these long-term ground leases and legal documents. But the reason the Department of Defense shifted over and got congressional support to do this is what you'll see on the coming slides was DoD recognized that we had a housing challenge in that the amount of funding that was needed to really adequately house our service members, provide them the housing that they need and deserve, it was just too expensive for the Department of Defense. So through this breakthrough initiative, really, we did what I'm highlighting here, which again is we privatized it. We essentially outsourced that requirement and turned it over to a privatized housing company. So service members actually choose to live in privatized housing, other than key and essential personnel, which generally are your installation and senior commanders. We at the Department of Defense do not mandate that a service member or their family reside in privatized housing. It is their choice to do that. So right now, our existing MHPI inventory is 88 projects. So you can see the majority of them, 79, are family housing. It's family housing at nearly 200 installations, totaling to a little over 203,000 family housing units. And then we actually have privatized 8 unaccompanied projects at 8 installations. And so it's about 12,000 bedrooms. In your area, the area where you all are, actually there is one of our largest privatized unaccompanied housing projects down there in the Hampton Roads, Norfolk area. So think of privatized unaccompanied housing as similar to college apartments. And then if the slide flipper just wants to quickly go through, the next couple of slides are going to show you just a before and after what DoD housing looked like before. As you can see here at Fort Belvoir, the left 2 photos. Naval Base, Ventura, California. And then the after is on the right. So you can see from a DoD perspective, we really truly feel that privatization was not only necessary, but it is a good program that we have set up. And sir, I'll turn it back over to you to kind of close us out before questions. Is there anything more you wanted to say about where we're at with privatization?
No, Megan, and thank you. I think you captured that well. And I'm going to choose my words wisely here as a senior representative of the Department of Defense. The reality is, I think a few decades ago, the department realized that, you know, when you're in the business of national defense and procuring platforms like aircraft carriers and munitions, it just seemed to be that things like quality of life, housing, basic needs of service members always seem to fall below the cut line, if you will. And again, not devaluing that portfolio, but just a struggle for the department to get that portfolio above the cut line. And so I think the privatization initiative in particular was a way for us to say, we recognize the value. There are folks in the private sector that do this for a living and do this well. And so in as much as we can meet the outcomes of our service members through these privatization agreements, then that was the way to go. I think most folks there in the room and on the line also recognize that probably, Megan, correct me if I'm wrong, 6, 7, 8 years ago, we had GAO, Government Accountability Office, Congress, and others say that despite these agreements to privatize this portfolio, maybe we were not fulfilling our obligations to the service members in executing these deals. And so we had kind of an awakening a handful of years ago that really caused us to refocus on, while we had entered into these agreements and kind of outsourced the management of this outcome for quality of life of our service members, the DoD still had skin in the game and a responsibility to make sure that these agreements were in fact fulfilling the quality of life and quality of service outcomes for these service members. And we've been on a 6-7 year journey with the Congress and with ourselves to make sure that the DoD is actually investing on our side of the ledger, whether it is oversight, whether it is management of the contractual agreements, whether it is local folks on the ground in terms of in the housing office to best accommodate service members and their families, to really kind of reach our peak and deliver on what was the intended outcome a few decades ago, to make sure that we're actually delivering on that now. So I will pause there, turn it back over to the moderators, and then Megan and I are certainly happy and able to answer any questions with the time we have left.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Much appreciated information. Let me turn first to the members of the Housing Counseling Federal Advisory Committee. Would you like to ask any questions? All right, I will jump in. Yesterday, earlier, we discussed meeting with some of the local providers here in Norfolk, and Very impressed by the work of the Navy Family Housing Group here, working with personnel on the installations. Of course, both in housing on base as well as private housing as well that is being provided. One of the outcomes, I think, of our conversation was a realization that there's an opportunity for HUD and, in fact, DoD and all the associated branches of our defense structure to work more closely together. For example, HUD's standard for housing counseling certification and all of our ongoing training and continuing education programs. Many of our agencies already serve personnel around military bases. And Robert, I know this is sort of a prolonged question, and this is David Barenbaum. I'm the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Housing Counseling at HUD. Do you see any opportunity for R to work much more closely and really bring some of these initiatives together for consistency and ensure that all members of the armed forces have the best-in-class services they deserve?
Yeah. Hey, David, thank you for that question. It's certainly not too long. I think the short answer is yes. And again, I'm going to defer to Megan here in a few minutes. I'll give you my top level immediate response, and then Megan will correct me if she's the expert in a technical sense if I say something I shouldn't. Yeah, absolutely. I think between what you and HUD and this convening today are trying to pursue are a set of shared values that we are also trying to pursue. So going back to my honest assessment that a few years ago we may have lost our way, we did, through this privatization, turn it over to others and say, you got it, Godspeed, and we trust it's going to go well. We, through that learning and through the congressional support over the last few years, we are coming together around a set of standards, whether it's configuration, habitability, expectations for air quality, water quality, just basic living standards. We are actively engaged in the Department of Defense on a set of the appropriate standards that we expect for both family housing and unaccompanied housing. So in that regard, as we are working towards this kind of discovery or definition of what are the appropriate standards, certainly your work, David, with HUD and others, I do see an opportunity for partnership there to make sure we get this right in a collaborative way going forward. And Megan, I'll shift over to you in case I said anything that you're going to beat me over the head and say I shouldn't.
No, sir. It's a great actual setup, because following on that or furthering it, yes, I very much believe that there is an opportunity for great partnerships with HUD, because as I highlighted, 70% of our service members and their families don't reside in DoD housing, whether that's DoD owned, controlled, or privatized housing. They reside in true off installation communities. And our challenge is that, because in particular in the last couple of years with the congressional focus about turning, I don't want to say inwards, but reassessing and reevaluating how we are overseeing and managing DoD housing, it has not come, I want to say, at the expense of the off-base service members, but there is always that concern that we are not giving them the same level of attention and care that we are to the service members who are choosing to live on our installations. And so I think in a partnership with HUD, that's where we can look. Is HUD is very familiar with off-base communities, with true private communities around our installations. And so that's where I think the partnership will be the best. It's linking up our local military housing offices at the installation level with HUD counselors, HUD agencies in our military housing areas to ensure that we're taking care of that 70% in addition to the 30% who live on our installations. So I am all for a HUD partnership, and I self-nominate to be one of your initial POCs to get that off the ground.
Hey, Megan, it's Bob again. Hey, thanks for that. That was a beautiful point. And you're right. You made that point earlier in our briefing. It is the 70% that isn't within our control. And maybe in my leadership position, I'm so focused on the 30% because Congress is beating me about the head for that 30%. but it is that 70% where that, again, shared set of values, a set of values around the right outcomes for folks who live in the community probably is the more sweet spot or better opportunity to partner with HUD on that engagement and how we do that going forward. So thanks for very respectfully correcting me, Megan. And David, I hope that's a full answer that simply says, yes, we will absolutely welcome the opportunity to partner. And I second the nomination of Megan, who volunteered to lead that for us.
Bob, Megan, thank you both. I think it's a perfect conversation for us to continue. And I'll look around the table. I see a lot of nods, I think, right now as our first action item or recommendation from this meeting. So we look forward to continuing the conversation with you. Thank you both for joining us virtually for today's first discussion with you. Wonderful. Thank you. All right, let's move on to our next item, which is a discussion of financial assistance by Jason Wong, COO, Coast Guard Mutual Assistance. And it's my understanding that, Jason, you are on virtually.
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
So thank you and good afternoon, advisory council members. My name is Jason Wong. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Coast Guard Mutual Assistance. Appreciate the opportunity to provide you an overview of our organization and how we help our service members and their families. Next slide, please. So Coast Guard Mutual Assistance, who are we, or CGMA? We're the Coast Guard's official aid organization. We are a nonprofit organization, essentially Coast Guard people helping Coast Guard people. We're founded over 100 years ago. So for a century, we've been providing critical financial assistance to our Coast Guard members and their families. We do that by offering interest-free loans or grants, money they don't have to pay back, and then also financial counseling services. So we like to think of ourselves as the organization our service members reach out to when they are in a financial situation out of their control, so they can focus on their mission and give the problem to us to help them alleviate that financial stress. So in addition to our service members, we also serve the retiree community, our civilian employees that are employed by the U.S. Coast Guard, our reserve component, and our auxiliary component. Next slide, please. So I'm not sure if all of you are aware, but every branch has a nonprofit aid association associated with that branch. So for the Air Force Aid Society, Army Emergency Relief, and then for the Navy and Marine Corps, there's Navy Marine Corps Relief Society. So we all work together and collaborate. We have a lot of similar programs for our service members, but they vary a little bit in amount and criteria for the programs. So we serve over 2.5 million members of our community, including an active duty and retired community. Next slide, please. So specifically for Coast Guard Mutual Assistance, we offer 3 areas where we provide financial assistance to our Coast Guard community. The first is in disaster and emergency relief. This is financial assistance associated with any named storms, hurricanes. Right now, we're tracking Hurricane Francine, who's hitting the Louisiana coastline. So what we do is provide immediate financial assistance up front for service members that need to travel and evacuate, money for hotels, for food, in the form of grants. So they don't have to worry about where the money is going to come from. They don't have to worry about a loan. So we have that program. And it's also for other unexpected things like they have to travel to another state because there's a family emergency. We'll offer a loan up front, take a look at the member's financial situation on the back end when the travel is complete, look at their finances. And if we can provide them a grant versus a loan will do so. The other is day-to-day support. This is where majority of all our financial support programs fall under, and this includes everything from adoption loans to vehicle repair loans to debt management loans, basic living expenses. So any type of financial assistance that really doesn't fall under disaster. And then also education assistance, which we have loans and grants for anyone seeking advanced education or certifications. So they'll get assistance, both loans and grants through that program. And we have the flexibility within our organization to, with terms of repayment, we can work with the service member, make the payments as low as $50, extend it their, upwards of 72 months, even longer if needed. So we have a lot of flexibility with that regard, and we don't do any credit reporting. So if the service member is worried about their security clearance and some credit score issues, we don't do any type of credit reporting. That everything's internal to us. So there's no blemish on the service member's record in terms of financial assistance that we provide. Next slide, please. So in terms of housing assistance, you can see there the various loans and grants that we offer. We have seen a spike in rental assistance loans over the past few years. So as you all know, our service members receive travel advances whenever they move, they do a permanent change of station under orders. But what we're finding out is the advances are not enough to cover security deposit, first and last month's rent, which could be anywhere between $6,000 and $10,000. So I put a little bit of data for the last 5 years for rental assistance. Specifically, the average is roughly about 1 million a year that we provide to our service members, and the average loan that they take out is about $3,500. Also for closing costs for service members that are purchasing a home, we provide a closing cost loan, and the loan max is $9,000, which helps them to pay for all their closing costs. They don't have to put their money out of pocket from savings. They can, use this interest-free loan. We can spread it out over time, and they can pay us back. And this is one of our popular programs too. So the average for the last 5 years is roughly $500,000 across our service, and the average loan taken out is $7,100. We also offer loans for utility startup, household furnishings if they need. The DLA supplemental grant, that is a dislocation allowance grant that we provide, and the amount varies from $1,000 up to $6,000 for any service member that needs to relocate unexpectedly from one location to the other. To give you an example, if a service member is renting a house and unexpectedly the homeowner decides to sell the house, and they need to move in the middle of their, before they actually are under orders to move, we'll help with this grant to help them with movers, essentially help them move, which won't be under orders. They won't get any assistance that way. Also with, issues with housing, and I'm not talking government housing, I'm talking rentals out in the community where it's not safe. For example, if a service member before moving to one location finds a rental and it's not in an ideal location, for example, high crime area, it's just not safe for them to be there. They didn't, realize that, or things have changed over time and they want to move, we'll help them with a grant to move from one location to the other. Things like mold, that sort of stuff as well, we help with. And the incidental loan is just costs related to moving. If there's extra costs that our service members need assistance with and don't have money up front, we'll provide them with a loan for that as well. So I do want to mention, there's a lot of discussion with privatizing DoD housing. The Coast Guard is a little bit different than our DoD counterparts in the fact that there's almost zero Coast Guard owned housing. We do have some in some locations, but majority of Coast Guard members live on the economy. They're renting on their own, or if they're close by a military installation, they are in privatized housing, and that's not always the case because most of our units are in isolated areas along the coastline, and oftentimes in vacation spots where the rental costs of rentals are a little higher because it's closer to water, it's a nicer area, and then the availability is not always robust as it needs to be to support our members. So just wanted to point that out. And, aside from some major hubs like we do have in California, maybe the Pacific Northwest, Northeast, Norfolk area, Miami, there is really no other military installations that Coast Guard members reside in, aside from the big hubs where the major military installations that have these housing or privatized housing available. Next slide, please. Okay, we are funded by donations and we do campaigns throughout the year. So it's really, like I mentioned earlier, it's Coast Guard people helping people. Our service members, our retiree community, all donate to our budget and help, fund our programs. Next slide, please. And this is just a snapshot of our recent years. You can see the years on the bottom. That gray line, single gray line, is the amount of assistance corresponding with the year. So last year we gave out approximately 9 million in assistance, or close to 10 million. 5 million was in loans and 4.5 million was in grants. And you can see that spike there in 2018-19 timeframe was when we had that partial lapse in appropriations and the Coast Guard was not getting paid. So that's the big spike there. We're also seeing a concerning decline in our donors. That's the blue columns represented going across. So as you can see, the number of donors from 2013, which was over 25,000, has steadily declined. So this is not an anomaly. All the nonprofits are feeling this downward trend. I just mentioned that because the other 8 societies, we're all trying to figure out ways of fundraising to help sustain our programs.
Jason, my
Next slide.
apologies. I'm going to have to ask you to try to wrap up.
Yep, absolutely. I'm just about done. Next slide. Okay. That concludes my brief. Any questions? I'm happy to take any questions.
Jason, thank you. Any questions from the members of the committee? No, that was a very in-depth presentation. Thank you very much, sir.
Yep. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, moving right along, our next. Oh, watch out. Okay, American Express is trying to reach you. All right, back to serious business. Our next speaker is Kara Erickson, Senior Mortgage Advisor at Atlantic Bay Mortgage. Kara was going to be originally here with us today, but needed to join virtually at the last minute. Kara.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. It truly is an honor to be able to log in. Today, we're going to talk about some common VA loan myths that actually impact our military homebuyers. So there's a lot of misconceptions when it comes to VA home loans and VA home buyers. Now, I have a really long presentation. I am not going to go through all of it because I do know that I'm on a time constraint and I want to make sure that I touch on a lot of the points. So if you could go to the next slide for me. And then the next one after this. So I'm just going to stay right here versus going through all of the other slides because I just want to do kind of a quick overview. But like I said, there's a lot of myths that come along with VA home loans that unfortunately really significantly impact our military home buyers and their ability to achieve home ownership. Fun fact, my mom is actually a United States Navy veteran, and in the 1980s, she applied to use a VA home loan and was told she could not because she was a woman. Now, we've come a long way from being told that, our female veterans are not able to use the VA home loans, but we still have a long way to go. The first one that I want to talk about is just a zero down. Now, the VA loan is a zero down payment program, not because a service member does not have the money to put a down payment, but because it's an earned benefit. Now, a lot of people who are unfamiliar with VA loans, they do have this perception that you don't have a down payment, you're a weak buyer. Now, traditionally speaking, and statistically speaking, VA loan homeowners, borrowers, actually tend to be stronger buyers than other traditional loan programs, even despite the fact that they don't have to put a down payment. They've got a stronger credit profile, they typically have more assets, and when you are active service, you have a guaranteed paycheck that a lot of people don't have in other traditional loan programs. So I think this one really stems from just a lack of knowledge of VA buyers and that military employment, and then the assets and being able to hold on to that cash. The second one is that VA loans are harder to get through underwriting. Now, I'm not sure where on earth this myth came from, but it's around, and there is this belief that VA loans are harder to get through when it's actually the opposite. VA loans are one of the easier loans to underwrite, and they're one of the easier loans to get to closing, especially for our active duty service members, because again, there's not a lot of verifying, there's not a lot of job hopping. Typically, they've got assets verified. And truth be told, our average turnaround time from start to finish is 19 days. So this is one that's really difficult to dispel when talking with people who are not familiar with the VA loan process. And they just assume that it takes longer because it has to go direct to the VA. It requires more paperwork, when none of that is the case at all. And they're actually much easier, and they have a bit more lenient requirements to be able to get to the closing table than other traditional loan programs. This ties into the third one, which says that VA loans take longer to close. They do not. This is the furthest thing from the truth. Again, an average turnaround time is 19 days from start to finish, because again, not the same need for paperwork that other loans have. The fourth one is the seller has to pay veterans fees, and this is even more key with the recent National Association of Realtors change that has happened with the settlement from August 17th with commission income for real estate agents. For a long time, the VA did prohibit our service members from being able to pay certain fees, but with the changes, the VA has been keeping up with the times, and they do now allow service members to be able to cover certain fees. There are percentages that this is capped at to prevent junk fees from being charged to our service members and to protect our service members from predatory practices. But the VA does now allow for service members to pay for their own pest and termite inspections, which before they weren't allowed to. They're now allowed to temporarily pay real estate agent commissions to be able to avoid having a disadvantage from this NAR settlement that was finalized last month. You can only have one VA loan at a time. This deters a lot of people from wanting to buy their first home with a VA loan. You can have multiple VA loans at one time as long as you qualify. There is an entitlement cap, which means that you can purchase in our area $760,550. You can have multiple, you can sell and then buy again, but you can have more than one VA home loan, whether at one time or in your entire home ownership. The VA has a max loan amount. Once upon a time it did, not anymore. If you have no outstanding VA loans, realistically, you can purchase as high of a purchase price as you want, again, as long as you qualify. VA loans, no foreclosures, no short sales. Using your VA loan, simply not true. In fact, on a VA loan, if you're using your VA loan again and you've had a prior short sale, there's no waiting period between that time, as long as you can document that there was a true hardship and that you've made steps to be able to overcome anything that could potentially cause you to have another hardship like that. But you can have a prior foreclosure on a VA loan and still use your VA home loan again. And then appraisals are tougher and stick with the home. That's not true. There has been a long time kind of misconception that VA appraisers are tougher, that VA appraisals come in lower more often than not. And again, that's not true. In fact, most VA appraisals also offer appraisals for other traditional loan types. They do not stick with the home, they stick with the service member. So if the service member doesn't like that an appraisal came in low and wants to try another lender, that is when that appraisal is going to stick. Now, if the service member decides he does not want to proceed and another service member wants to buy that home, that service member has to get their own appraisal. If you have a low appraisal, there's actually two ways to combat that, whether it's called the Tidewater Act, which allows you to provide recent sales to an appraiser to help support your value, or a reconsideration of value direct with the VA, where the VA can review the comparable sales and determine if that appraiser was actually truly off base with their valuation. So those are the most common VA loan myths. There's a lot more that goes into this, but again, with limited time, I want to be respectful of other presenters. If I have time for questions, I'm happy to take some. If not, if you could go to the last slide, I would just like to provide my contact information in case anyone does want to have if they've run into the situation, if they want to talk about their situation one-on-one. I'm happy to provide any information on the VA home loan and dispelling any of these myths.
So, Ms. Erickson, thank you very much. I do have one question, time will allow for that, and that is, many mortgage companies are really expanding their engagement with HUD-approved housing counseling organizations across the country, particularly in what I'll describe as programs that are designed to reach underserved markets. Many of of course, all of our counselors are very fluent in the VA mortgage and loan program. They work on both sides of the coin, foreclosure prevention as well as origination. I'm curious about your thoughts about how the industry can come together and work more closely together. Your personal experience or thoughts about how we can reach more members to take advantage of VA loans together and ensure that they have counseling from both HUD agencies as well as working with professionals such as yourself.
For sure. I think the biggest thing is truly education. It's being able to get the word out, get into the community, share information to dispel these myths. Speaking with other HUD programs, there's this common misbelief that if you are a service member, you cannot take advantage of assistance programs, whether it's grants through the state or grants through the different cities. Because it's a zero down payment program. And the misconception is that, well, these are specifically for people who need down payment help. And I think, being able to have that conversation, being able to guide service members through those different types of programs, and us as lenders having the knowledge and not having the fear of those programs really can help our service members, especially our younger service members who've got maybe young families, they're newer to the area, they don't have as much money saved up, be able to achieve home ownership and have that security, have that piece of the American pie that, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to have. So I think it's just a lot of community outreach. It's a lot of education. It's a lot of research, and also just not being afraid to ask questions and look into other assistance programs. And if you're not sure of how to use them, picking up the phone and asking, how can we make this work for our VA buyers?
Great. Thank you very much. All right, let's move forward. And actually, we're going to be moving forward with Erica Ramjan, who's here with us today. Thank you so much. She is a senior HUD housing counselor at the Up Center, again, who we had the pleasure of visiting with yesterday. Erica, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the Federal Advisory Committee for inviting us here today. We are pleased. I am Erica Ramjan. I'm a HUD certified housing counselor. The Up Center, of course, and its mission. The Up Center has served as a safety net for the Hampton Roads community for the past 135 years. Our mission, and it's not impossible, it's actually mission possible. The Up Center's mission possible states we are committed to partnering with children, families, and communities to improve lives and outcomes through prevention, intervention, and support services. So our housing and financial counseling services is what we are here to talk about today. And as a HUD-approved comprehensive housing counseling agency with our small staff of 4 in the housing department, our housing and financial counseling program is dedicated to assisting households in obtaining and maintaining and/or improving financial stability and permanent housing. The Up Center provides these one-on-one services, which is including telephonic, I learned that word today from Mr. Yoki, telephonic, virtual, and in-person services, such as pre-purchase counseling, fair housing and rental counseling, foreclosure loss mitigation counseling, post-purchase counseling, and reverse mortgage counseling. One of the only reverse mortgage counseling HUD certified housing counselor in the area, maybe in a 50-mile radius of where we are in Norfolk. And we are proud of that. And we have the most excellent reverse mortgage counselor at our office, the Up Center. The clients we have served so far in this fiscal year 2024, approximately 1,100. I have a number here, 1,114 individuals, of which 685 were counseling and education clients. Our mortgage default and delinquency prevention, of which that is my area of expertise. So far, we've served 217 clients. Military clients, of that number, 13% of that number were veterans and active duty military families. I'll talk more about mortgage default and delinquency since that's my area. And within the mortgage default and delinquency service, it involves more than just the loss mitigation process. It involves the financial management piece, which is budgeting and basic financial planning, understanding credit and credit improvement strategies, emergency savings. All of that is part of the loss mitigation, the foreclosure prevention. But the loss mitigation and home retention options is something I deal with on a daily basis. And working with homeowners who are in this traumatic situation of thinking that they may lose their home and explaining to them the various options they may have, even though they may have had a conversation with their mortgage servicer, they may not have understood clearly the various options such as reinstatements, forbearance. That's a word that people, they hear the word forbearance, but they're not quite sure. And we are happy to counsel with them and explain to them what that is. Reinstatement, forbearance, repayment plans, partial claim. That is also a mystery to the homeowner. What is a partial claim? And we are here to explain that and counsel with them on that. And in the interest of time, if you all want to sit with me as a counselor, I will explain that to you. Then loan modification, which is one of the more popular options. And then beside all of that, you have housing transition. If they don't want to retain the home, if the person says, let me get this monkey off my back and move on, there's the home transition option. And that involves like the home, which what I mean is home exit options. How do they exit their home and at least maybe get something for it, like a cash Cash for Keys program. Recently, they had, under the umbrella of the Housing Assistance Fund, the HAF, the Virginia Mortgage Relief Program was part of that fund. And I spent a lot of time since 2020 because of COVID-19. And homeowners were very grateful for that program. The homeowners who knew about it, it did not reach a lot of people. The marketing was out there, yes, but a lot of homeowners were not aware of the Virginia Mortgage Relief Program that was offering up to $50,000 in relief on defaulted mortgages. Fortunately for the clients that we served, since fiscal year 2020, the payments I was able to secure, because that was in my area of counseling, the total payments secured during that time, $384,380.55. And that is on plus, because some folks did not let me know exactly how much was paid. When they got their mortgages paid, they just were so happy, they forgot to call me and let me know. So that is $384,000 plus dollars. In this year alone, the program that program expired in October of 2023. And fortunately, in March of this year, 2024, the program reopened briefly because they found that there was a few dollars left over. And we managed to serve 40 more people between March and August. And that was an additional $55,000 in secured payments for them. Our veterans, coming to our veterans, because we're talking a lot about the military here today. The Service Members Civil Relief Act, the SCRA, during the mortgage relief programs. Yes, we counsel our clients on that program if they qualify, if they are eligible. The Service Members Civil Relief Act, which provides the legal and financial protection to those who have answered the nation's call to serve. And that law was created to provide extra protection for the service members in the event that legal or financial transaction adversely affected their rights during military or uniformed service. And those protections enabled service members to devote their entire energy to the defense needs of the nation. So it's a lot of service members, as Kara just alluded to, were not aware, especially young service members, young families are not aware, and they have those myths. They are under the impression that these myths are true. So the housing counselors are here to advise them and counsel them of the various services that they can still get. We also have a granting freedom program. It's called a Granting Freedom, which is the Virginia's Military Home Modification Grant Program, which grants up to $8,000 for services such as modification services for their home, to modify their home to make it more accessible in relation to their service-connected disability. So it's for disabled veterans and active service members. That's the Granting Freedom program. For this year alone, for fiscal year 24, we've assisted 49 applicants in obtaining that grant in our small department of 4 people. 2 people in our department is actually actively working on that Freedom Grant program. And I was happy to hear Mr. Nguyen speak about the VASP program. That's new information to me. I was just on a webinar with Mr. Berenbaum recently, and they were talking about the VASP program. I have a whole booklet of information there just to tackle that. But now I have Mr. Nguyen. I'm going to reach out to him and get more information. That VASP program where the VA elects to purchase the loan.
Erica, regretfully, I have to ask you to wind up.
Wonderful. And I am winding down. I have the last bit of information is that the UP Center, all these services we provide a trauma-informed care. We are very particular about servicing our clients with trauma-informed care. And we are right here in the Norfolk, Ghent area. reach out to us.
Thank you so much. I think everyone can tell that whenever you engage with a housing counselor, and I'll add a HUD certified housing counselor, they love their work, they speak from the heart, and it's an avocation. It's so much more than a profession. Thank you for so much for all that you do. Wonderful presentation. All right, moving forward, next we have Lori Thomas, Program Supervisor with Work and Family Life, and I believe it's a virtual presentation once again.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Good afternoon. My name is Lori Thomas, and I am the Fleet and Family Support Center, NSA Hampton Roads Work and Family Life Program Supervisor. Say that again 5 times really fast. It's an honor today to serve with, to represent Fleet and Family. I served this great nation for 24 years in the Navy. So I certainly understand our challenges that our military members and their families face today. Financial readiness is a foundation of DoD and the Navy's prevention efforts that encourage healthy and resilient individuals, families, and communities in reducing damaging, harmful actions. Financial readiness requires awareness, education, and personal financial counseling. The Navy Family Readiness Programs have been afforded the highest visibility, advocacy, and priority. This has resulted in increased services to family members, increased individual assistance and consultation, more education programs, and a more proactive outreach and delivery of family support. Fleet and Family provides these essential programs, support, and services. We also collaborate with our military housing office, the Virginia Housing Community Outreach Division, with our home ownership class on base, and many more of the entities that have been on the brief on the live today. Financial issues for service members can have a direct impact on readiness and retention. In many cases, resultant financial problems have had a serious negative impact on DON personnel and families, their security clearances, as well as a significant effect on operational readiness, morale, and retention. The Service Member Civil Relief Act provides a wide range of benefits and protections to those in the military service. Some of these benefits and protections include residential lease terminations and protections in connection with evictions, mortgage foreclosures, and installment contracts. A landlord may not evict a service member or his or her dependents from a residential home during a period of military service without first obtaining court order. This requirement applies regardless of whether a state otherwise permits evictions without court orders. Furthermore, if a landlord or property manager pursues a court order through a default judgment, the SCRA requires that they file an affidavit notifying the court of the tenant's military status. If the tenant is in the military service, the court must appoint a guardian ad litem to represent the interests of the service member. The court may also postpone the judgment by 90 days if the service member cannot be reached or the service member's appearance is necessary to present a defense. In August 2022, the Justice Department took action against 2 Virginia landlords in the amount of $225,000 to resolve allegations that they violated the SCRA by obtaining unlawful court judgments against military tenants. The department alleges that the property owners knew or should have known that the affidavit that they filed were inaccurate because their files contain information that would have allowed them to easily verify their tenant's military status. The SCRA also provides certain protections when it comes to issues related to mortgages and housing. If a service member took out a mortgage before entering active duty military service, they can't be foreclosed on without a valid court order while on active duty and for an additional 12 months after leaving active duty. This protection applies whether or not the mortgage lender or servicer was informed about their military status. Service members can contact Fleet and Family Support Center or their service branch community support center for more information, for help, for financial counseling. Also, they can reach out to the base JAG office or the Consumer Federal Financial Bureau. And that's all I have pending any questions. And thank you for allowing me and us at Fleet and Family to represent us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Any questions from the members? Very good. Very, very informative presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Indeed. So now we're going to move forward into a discussion with regard to home ownership, home buying, as well as rental education. And we have some wonderful, wonderful presenters who are with us. Sid Alvarado, who we know for many years for her proactive role in housing counseling and training. She is now the Grants Program Officer with Virginia Housing. And Katrina Kane, who is an accredited financial counselor with Fleet and Family Services. And I just want to make sure I get this correctly, at Naval Weapons Station, Yorktown. Ladies, please. Pablo. I was going to introduce you next, but we'll move forward. Thank you so much. I have good people around me. Pablo Rosado will also be presenting with an accredited financial counselor, Fleet and Family Services, Naval Weapons Station, Yorktown as well. Welcome, sir. Thank you. Please.
Thank you so much, David. We'd like to thank the committee for inviting us to talk about this wonderful program that we have at Virginia Housing. Also, the OHC, we'd like to thank you for the invitation as well. We have slides.
There we go.
Okay. We like to definitely take time to talk about Operation Homeownership, a program that we are not only proud of, but just some exciting things coming out of there. We have been partnering with military installations in delivering homebuyer education for many years to our service members. Next slide. So Virginia Housing is a state housing finance agency, for those who are not aware. We've spent 50 years making sure that Virginians in every community have access to quality, affordable housing. And we've provided dedication of more than $700 million where we've supported vital housing initiatives in our communities. And Operation Homeownership is actually one of those initiatives. We've had a partnership with the military installations that began in 1998. And we are excited to say that we have 26 years educating service members, but even more excited to say that we have provided over 400 classes during that 26 years. We have a representation of many military installations here in Virginia that cover several different branches. Currently, we have partnerships with Fort Gregg Adams, Army Base, which covers Army. We have Joint Base Langley Eustis, which covers Air Force Army. We have Joint Expeditionary Base Little Creek Fort Story, which cover Navy Army. We cover also Marine Corps Base Quantico, which covers Marine Corps, Naval Station Norfolk, Navy, Naval Weapons Station, Yorktown, Navy, Oceana Naval Base, Navy, Portsmouth Naval Medical Center, which covers Navy, and then also U.S. Coast Guard Base, Portsmouth. That's where we currently have our classes. Our class topics, they cover the traditional things such as managing your money. They cover the credit portion. They cover exploring lenders, mortgage and loan process. We also talk about the partners that are involved, our real estate agents, what their role are in the home buying process, things that they need to know about the home inspection, as well as the final steps to homeownership, which covers closing portion. But not only do we cover topics, we make sure that in these topics for our military classes, they're relevant to the military. So we're talking about things like the LES, things that are relevant to the military, familiar to them, the verbiage that covers that particular community. We cover that in the class as well. For all of those service members that actually attend the class, is not only for service members, it's also for the service members' family members as well. Everyone that comes to that class receives a free 254-page home buyer workbook. So that way, when the class is over, they can take that home, continue to go over. And we always tell them during the class, we want them to be well informed in that particular process. Our class speakers that come out and actually teach for those classes are local industry professionals. So we invite the local real estate agents, we invite the mortgage lenders, we invite the home inspectors, we invite closing agents as well. So that way, not only is it relevant as far as topics, but those people are aware of what's going on in the community. So when questions come up in the class, those that are attending the class, the service members that are attending the class feel well informed. The speakers, we encourage speakers that not only have expertise, but we encourage speakers that have knowledge and experiences. One of the things that we're really big about in the class, that when the speakers come, they know that there's absolutely no tolerance of self-promotion. And so that way the service members feel like they're coming to get educated and no one's waiting at the door to try to sell them or provide any type of unsolicited information. So there's no self-promotion. They're not allowed to pass out business cards, no incentive to do business. And the great thing is that throughout the years, even though these are the rules, they still come. A lot of those that are familiar with that particular community still want to be part of it, and they have no issue with that. For all service members that come and complete the course, they do receive a certificate of completion. And this is a class that meets industry standards, expectations. And so this is a certificate that they can take for many of them who are first-time home buyers. If their loan requires it, or if they're looking to receive down payment and closing cost assistance, this certificate of completion satisfies that. The certificate of completion is good for 2 years. And we just let them know that if they are looking to take advantage of some type of a program where it's first-time home buyers or closing costs, assistance, down payment assistance, that certificate, if they're looking to purchase in Virginia, is a certificate that would satisfy that requirement. We're glad to say that in 2023, we had about 351 service members who actually attended our course. Right now, the number you're looking at for 2024, we have 191 service members who've attended this homeownership course, but that was only through June. So we expect that by the end of the year, the numbers are going to be on par for what we have seen in 2023 as well. So we do have some resources, choices, options, as well as some opportunities that we let them know about in the course, because we believe that they shouldn't only be educated, but they should have the resources to actually access homeownership. We are really big on choice. We let them know that although Virginia Housing, we have some great, awesome programs, they are not at all obligated to take advantage of those programs. And I know that you would definitely recognize that word obligated, because that does come out of the Office of Housing Counseling, letting them know that they have choice and that they are not at all obligated, even though they're going to be hearing about some great programs, some great services, that they do not have to partake in any of those services, that everything is optional. We do have some great programs that we talk to them about in the class. Once again, it's not only about education, but it's also about access. So for those that decide after the class, they would like to move forward and purchase a home, we do let them know about our first-time home buyer loans at Virginia Housing. We let them know that there is opportunity for closing cost assistance. Even though with a VA loan, we know that there is no down payment, but there is a funding fee, we know. And so they could use some of the resources from Virginia Housing to pay toward that funding fee, in addition to pay down that closing cost as well. We do also have an interest rate reduction program, which I heard that you heard about yesterday, which is our Spark, which if they're looking to obtain a Virginia Housing mortgage, we do have a 1% reduction rate on that particular program. So these are all programs, once again, that they know that they can access by choice. But the important thing is that there is an opportunity to move forward after education. We also have another program, which Erica actually talked about at Virginia Housing, which is Granting Freedom. We definitely would like to note that they do not have to take part of the homeownership program to be able to access this. This is an accessibility grant for disabled veterans. We do call that program Granting Freedom. It pays for modifications for disabled veterans, disabled service members, and the funds can be used to widen doorways, add ramps, install grab bars, and so much more. And you can definitely find more information about that at virginiahousing.com/grantingfreedom. And so now I'm going to introduce actually two of our facilitators at our homebuyer education classes, because we recognize that some of the most significant resources are actually those that are offered on base. And so these are accredited financial counselors. They do have prior military service that help to connect to the service members when they're talking to them. It helps with that relation building. They teach the managing your money and credit portions of our homebuyer education class. And they offer other classes to service members. And so you did introduce Pablo Rosado as well as Katrina Kane. And I'd like to just recognize their military service, because between both of them, they have 60 years of military service.
Thank you, Sid, and Katrina. Pablo, please.
Next slide. Good afternoon. 8 Fleeing Family Support Centers in the Hampton Roads area provide financial education, counseling information, and referrals to our service members. Although financial programs has a counseling mission, we focus on preventing financial difficulties and mismanagement through educating service members and their dependents. The following courses focus on developing financial independence and preventing financial distress. For example, the credit management course helps students make informed decisions about obtaining, using credit wisely. Another important course is $1 Million Sailor, a 2-day training program designed to help service members and their families navigate the financial challenges of military life. The $1 Million training is part of the personal financial management program created to address the most common financial issues facing service members in today's military by providing them with sound financial management skills for a lifetime. The program aims to 1, provide basic understanding of financial issues. 2, create awareness of available resources. 3, develop problem-solving skills for financial issues. And 4, promote strategies for achieving financial growth. Personal financial managers understand that there are other support services available. To ensure we have the most current information and referrals for our clients, we utilize Military OneSource. This resource provides valuable information on personal financial basics, paying down debt, creating a family budget, and other financial resources for service members and their families. Another valuable resource is the Sense app, which is helpful across all ranks. It provides tools to help individuals become financially literate, such as spending plan, car payment estimator, credit quiz, and touch points. Finally, the Signal publication, a unique publication in the Hampton Roads, advertises the courses offered at our 8 Hampton Roads Fleet and Family Support Centers. Service members and families and retirees can attend these classes for free. Thank you.
No. Next one. There we go. Okay, so Pablo has talked about the courses that we offer. I just want to talk about some of the challenges. And as a veteran, I have experienced these challenges. I just want to talk about 2 quickly. The basic allowance for housing and the permanent change of duty station. We're talking about BAH. BAH is an allowance provided to offset the cost of housing for service members who do not receive government-provided housing. The amount of BAH depends on the service member's location, duty station, pay grade, and whether they have dependents. BAH rates are determined by surveying the cost of rental properties in each geographical area. However, BAH may not cover the full mortgage. Therefore, it is important, it is crucial, critical that service members have assistance from different resources and agencies. Why? To help them to develop a budget. to talk about this thing called credit management, because they may or may not know. With that being said, PCS, for those military members who are transferring and have decided to purchase a home, now they have to decide if they have time to sell the home, or do they hire a property manager to now help them put this primary residence as rental property. So those are some of the challenges. And I must say, I have experienced both of them. But in closing, there are always challenges. However, there are successful stories. And I want to just thank Sid for inviting us, because with this partnership between Virginia Housing and military installations, service members are educated, they are equipped and informed to make better decisions when buying a home. Thank you.
Thank you both. A quick question before we move on to Ms. Bethia, and that is, unfortunately, we are very aware, working with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and many of our agencies, that around military installations and bases, there are also a large number of, quite candidly, what we'll call predators. Whether it's rent-to-own furniture, appliances, or high-cost cars, you know the list and who's in the area. The work you're doing in financial capability and reasonable credit to educate consumers is very, very important. I heard a theme also from Sid and Erica about reaching more people to make them more aware of your services. And I'm curious if you have any recommendations to this committee that would allow us to try to think about doing more with you in the community.
Well, you know, David, the more I've been thinking about sitting here throughout the day, I've been thinking about there's a disconnect. And when I say a disconnect, you have agencies, resources, there's a gap, and then service members. And so each agency offers whatever they offer, but somehow, some way, we need to advertise, market to get this information to service members. And I know a lot of agencies are doing great jobs, but when the service members come into my office, it's, I don't know. And for whatever reason, they may not know. So if we would continue to partnership to make sure we're marketing, getting the information, and sharing the information. If I don't know at Fleet and Family, well, maybe I need to call Sid at Virginia Housing and ask her, or another agency. We just have to get the word out, make sure that the service members are aware, because they are making some decisions that are costly.
Thank you. Pablo.
Dave, to add what Katrina Kane said here, she's spot on. I think it is a collaborative force between the teams that you see here. In addition, we need to talk their language. Meaning we need to get smart with speak their language electronically. Go to them. You know, wherever they're at, and bring the resources to them. And I think if you do that, you'll see a big return on your investment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Perhaps the next subject is one of the most challenging, not only in the region here, but across the nation. And that is the issue of the shortage of affordable housing. That combined with millions of units that have not been built and need to be built since the financial crisis is one of our nation's major challenges, along with higher interest rates, which may finally be dropping, at least we hope so. But we're very blessed and fortunate to have Shanita Bethia with us, who is the Housing and Human Services Administrator at Hampton Roads Regional Planning Commission. Thank you, please.
Thank you. So I don't have all the answers. I wish we did, because I know this is something
that the entire nation is going through. And I wish we could tweak the name of this in terms of lack of housing. What I thought would be very helpful when I mentioned this to Ginger is just kind of talk a little bit about what's going on in our region. Norfolk Naval is the largest naval base in the nation. And the defense and the military here in our region is the #1 employer. So the military and the presence of military and defense in this area is very important to our economy. And whatever happens on base kind of spreads out to all of the areas. So our area is really comprised of approximately 1.9 million in this area. So we talk a lot about Norfolk, but we have 17 jurisdictions here in the region. I can just tell you up front, my niece is a dentist at Fort Eustis, but she lives in Suffolk. So there is a lot of cross pollination in terms of regionalism here, in terms of cities and counties. So I wanted to kind of give a really brief initiative that we're working on here at the Hampton Roads Planning District Commission. I also have Todd Nichols here. He is co-located at the Hampton Roads Planning District, and he is with our Hampton Roads Military and Facilities, federal facilities. So I think he's in the back. So we work very closely with them as it relates to housing. So I'll skip to the next slide. We kind of talked about that. Katrina had just mentioned when you asked her the question about what we can do in terms of educating and partnering. A part of what we do at the Hampton Roads Planning District also is we have a group called the Hampton Roads Housing Consortium, which is a group of nonprofits. All of our housing authorities and our city representatives are on there. And we come together to talk about all things housing as it relates to across from rental, homelessness, education. Virginia Housing is a member, the Up Center is a member. So that is an important group to us because, as you alluded, predatory lending companies have millions of dollars to get on Instagram, to get on social media, to be in front of our service members. Most nonprofits, and you probably all will raise your hand and say, we don't have a marketing budget. That is not a part of what most of us have in terms of being able to get this important work out. So it's going to really rely on partners like you all and us just getting the word out organically. Good news travels really slow, but some of the other places that you see in terms of some of these subprime lending things are quick to get into our communities. We also work very closely with Virginia Housing. They support us with a lot of other initiatives that we do. Next slide. This again is the Hampton Roads Housing Consortium. It covers all 17 of our cities, counties, and towns in this area. We network, we get together, we have a housing awards ceremony that talks about what we're doing in our community to further affordable housing and the education components. Next slide. So we ask, and if I go around in this room, if I ask the people that have joined us virtually, what is the most pressing issue in housing in this region, you're going to get different names. You're going to get different ideas. If you ask our service members, it may be housing, it may be rental, it may be the age of the property that they're living in. So what we're looking at across the board in this region is looking at how those most pressing issues intertwine as it relates to our service members and as it relates to the residents here in Hampton Roads. Next slide. These are some of the regional and sub-regional issues that we're dealing with specifically in the Hampton Roads region. Evictions and foreclosures. I had a conversation with Erica earlier that there's still a myth that people are not losing their homes each day. And she can tell you how busy she is in terms of listening to people that are really behind in their rent and needing assistance. Affordability is a huge issue, as you alluded in other parts, but more specifically in our area, and we'll talk a little bit briefly about the military component. Home values are rising. Homelessness is still a critical issue in our area. Crime and violence. Unfortunately, most of our affordable housing sometimes are intertwined into some of the neighborhoods that people don't want to live in. So how do we ready the entire community so that we can kind of pair that? Regional priorities. We have not talked about how law, how zoning, and how policy plays into affordable housing. So we can come up with a lot of solutions, but if we don't have the policy part in place, we're unable to get those things across. Next slide. If you're talking about housing, and I think when we were the previous presentation about DOD and how DOD can work with HUD, it has to become a point that we're going across all silos. I started off as a HUD approved housing counseling agency. I'm not going to tell you how long ago, but it's been a long time when I started. But one of the things I always found with clients, even though you would solve a housing issue, that particular family had another issue. I have fixed a foreclosure, but then they say, oh my goodness, I still need insulin. I still don't have a place for my children to go to school. I still can't get to work because I have a transportation issue. So in terms of what I would see ask for HUD and ask for this committee is seeing what other departments we can cross pollinate, because if a buyer or a resident is having one issue, 9 times out of 10, they're going to see another issue in some of those other key components that are listed here. Next slide. We did a lot of intensive work over the last 18 months, asking our elected officials, asking our consumers, asking some of our larger employers here. Centerra is one of our larger employers. The Newport News Shipbuilding and the military, of course, is another. And asking them what are the #1 issues their employers are saying. And you guessed it, it's housing. And it's not just affordable housing, it's housing across all sectors. So when Centerra talked with us, they could not find housing for their doctors as well as their Medicaid patients and their other patients. So housing across all spectrums is going to be very important in our region. Next slide. You can go to the next slide. What we are working on over the next 12 months is an analysis, and I think Katrina alluded to this, is there is a lot of services and programs. I have been jotting notes of new things that I need to address. How do we get a curation of all of the programs, policies, strategies in this particular region that we all have it under one-stop shop, and that has not been done before? A lot of times that's what the program and services may be out there. How do we connect that program and service out there? We want to look at the gaps of current programs and services as it relates to what is actually needed. Best practices and toolkits. Another nuance to our area is tourism. It's the historical amount, and it's also a huge part of resiliency. We are on the coast. There's no way we can build out any further unless we're going to be in the water. And we also do a lot of coastal resiliency work in our office, and we're losing shoreline. So we have to make sure that we're looking at all of those as it relates to best practice. We're going to talk a little bit about the defense and military on the next slide. And we also in our area, if you haven't noticed, we don't have a large framework for transportation. We don't have a subway. We don't have some of those. So that kind of plays into the nuances of housing. What we call in this area is you drive till you qualify. So in most cases, we have people living across the border into North Carolina because they're looking for affordability in this area. Next slide. You can go to the military one more right here. So when Megan spoke earlier about that 70% is in our community, not just in Norfolk. They're spread and diverse across all cities, counties, and towns in this area. So a huge part of the assessment that we're going to work on is the effect of the military and defense as it relates to our region. When we talk about BAH, I heard a lot of service member and proponents say the best thing to do is to raise the BAH to assist soldiers. Well, who's going to find that out quicker than landlords? So what we're finding out is that landlords will increase their rent prices to match your BAH. So then that depresses the area because then the average other person that's non-military is out of it. So we got to look at some other creative ways and look at how the military impacts us and what's the best way to give them the affordability that they need to stay in this area. We want the military to stay in this area, and we have to find those housing solutions for them in this area. I know that's a quick, dirty run. I know we're pressed for time, but I thought it would be very important for us to share that part from a policy and planning standpoint. We hope that this is a blueprint because I'm sure there are some other areas of the nation experiencing some of the same problems that we're having. But we wanted to make you aware of the work we're trying to do here in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I may take the liberty of saying very clearly, you are committed to affirmatively furthering fair housing through your work. And the depth of your analysis really celebrates that. So kudos. Any questions from the members or any of our panelists?
Angie's got a question.
And Angie, I'll turn to you next. Yep.
Sid, I have a question about your programs. Do any of your programs permit a buyer to use either a grant or a loan to pay a buyer agent's fee?
Does any of our programs permit for covering the buyer agent fee?
Yeah.
To be quite honest, that is probably something new. I think it's something that we are in review on. I could say right now is something that hasn't been excluded, but I do believe internally there's some discussion on how that can be utilized.
Thank you.
Okay. Angie?
Thank you. My question is for Trinita. Thank you. Hearing, more the bigger picture context and the supply of affordable housing. We've been talking a lot about from the demand side, how to help homeowners and renters through housing counseling, and that's really important work. But the other piece of the equation is the supply side, increasing the supply. Just curious if you could elaborate a little bit more on whether there's been policy or legislative efforts on whether on the regional or maybe the state level to increase the supply. And you kind of touched on that a little bit by mentioning zoning, which is actually a big piece of it.
So we had a slide specifically on the supply and demand part. We've had great conversations with some of our larger affordable housing developers. We know there is a supply and demand issue. What the caveat is with that is that when you talk about affordable housing and supply, you have to have a conversation about density. And that's when a lot of the political issues come into play, that we have a mixed bag of cities and counties. And you start looking at NIMBY, not in my backyard. There are some organizations in some counties and cities that are a little bit leery about increasing density in those areas. So that's when we kind of talk about the zoning part. Our plan and our assessment is not is to give the information and hopefully give those best practices that we have a locality that wants to go in that direction, they have the necessary information. The other part and component of that is that we talk about the demand of supply as it relates to affordable housing. But again, that's one of those things you have to be careful for. I've been in my home for 25 years. It would probably be considered affordable housing. I'm not going anywhere. So I am in turn holding up an affordable unit. So in order to do that, you have to look at policies that allow housing in all areas and housing in all, that if I'm in this home and I'm wanting to take a stair up, that I'm freeing that house up for the next person. So what we're hoping to do is just have this study show us what we call a toolbox of those things. Some of our smaller counties and cities may not be able to adopt those policies for zoning, but there may be some things such as ADUs. There would be more feasible in those areas. So we want to look at it from an a la carte standpoint, because not one approach will be right fit for each of those localities, but supply and demand is on the #1 spot of what we need to address in the area.
Good.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask Bill Sevilla or Carol Dejanovic, who are online, our members, if they have any questions, and if not, we'll move to our break.
Nothing today. Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and when we return, we're going to be moving into a discussion with regard to how we can expand support to homeless veterans. 10 minutes, everyone. Thank you. And thank you to our panelists. Great presentations.
Trinita, thank you. Hearing, more of the bigger picture context and the supply of affordable housing. We've been talking a lot about from the demand side, how to help homeowners and renters through housing counseling, and that's really important work. But the other piece of the equation is the supply side, increasing the supply. Just curious if you could elaborate a little bit more on whether there's been policy or legislative efforts on whether on the regional or maybe the state level to increase the supply. And you kind of touched on that a little bit by mentioning zoning, which is actually a big piece of it.
So we had a slide specifically on the supply and demand part. We've had great conversations with some of our larger affordable housing developers. We know there is a supply and demand issue. What the caveat is with that is that when you talk about affordable housing and supply, you have to have a conversation about density. And that's when a lot of the political issues come into play, that we have a mixed bag of cities and counties. And you start looking at NIMBY, not in my backyard. There are some organizations in some counties and cities that are a little bit leery about increasing density in those areas. So that's when we kind of talk about the zoning part. Our plan and our assessment is not is to give the information and hopefully give those best practices that we have a locality that wants to go in that direction. They have the necessary information. The other part and component of that is that we talk about the demand of supply as it relates to affordable housing. But again, that's one of the things you have to be careful for. I've been in my home for 25 years. It would probably be considered affordable housing. I'm not going anywhere. So I am holding up an affordable unit. So in order to do that, you have to look at policies that allow housing in all areas and housing in all, that if I'm in this home and I'm wanting to take a stair up, that I'm freeing that house up for the next person. So what we're hoping to do is just have this study show us what we call a toolbox of those things. Some of our smaller counties and cities may not be able to adopt those policies for zoning, but there may be some things such as ADUs. There would be more feasible in those areas. So we want to look at it from an a la carte standpoint, because not one approach will be right fit for each of those localities, but supply and demand is on the #1 spot of what we need to address in the area.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to ask Bill Sevilla or Carol Dejanovic, who are online, our members, if they have any questions, and if not, we'll move to our break.
Nothing today. Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and when we return, we're going to be moving into a discussion with regard to how we can expand support to homeless veterans. 10 minutes, everyone. Thank you. And thank you to our panelists. Great presentations. Welcome back, everyone. And we're going to continue with our discussions with regard to meeting needs for members of the armed forces, as well as military families and veterans. Moving to a very important issue, and that is addressing, unfortunately, the large number of individuals who are unhoused or homeless in our service and veteran population. We have some great panelists now. Let me introduce them who are joining us. Gretchen A. Hilberger, homeless program social worker at the VA Medical Center and focus on homelessness in her work. And Demetrius Granger, homeless program social worker, also at the VA Medical Center, also focused on homelessness in each of their works. Welcome and thank you in sharing your experience and expertise with us today. And of course, we invite you to share any recommendations as well, how we can do better, please.
Thank you.
They're suggesting you bring it closer.
Oh. Good afternoon. We'll wait for the presentation to come up. Okay. And the next slide. The next slide. Okay. So under the homeless program umbrella at the Hampton VA Medical Center, we're going to focus on two programs, but the one in particular I'll be talking about is HCHV, and that is an acronym that stands for Healthcare for Homeless Veterans. The HCHV program at the Hampton VA Medical Center, what we primarily do is we provide outreach. We also provide services for veterans who come into our facility. And we provide resources and referrals for those veterans who are that we either connect with out in the community or that come into the Hampton VA Medical Center for services. Those veterans that we particularly work with are veterans who are receiving VA care and have access and are able to receive care at our Hampton VA Medical Center. You can go on to the next slide. In the HCHV program, our primary focus is, of course, homeless veterans who are eligible. And we also focus on veterans who are not eligible for VA care, but our primary focus is those who are. If the veteran is not eligible for services at the Hampton VA Medical Center, the social workers that we have that are assigned to either do outreach or walk-in services, they're able to provide them with links to community providers that may be able to share resources with them or provide the care that we are unable to provide because they're not eligible to receive services at the Hampton VA Medical Center. Next slide, please. What we actually do, what we provide. So we go out into the community. There are certain sites that the social workers that I have working with me go out to. Usually it may be a day center. Right now we're also we're considering maybe connecting with a church community. We also have an established shelter that we go to provide outreach. And the goal for us is to tap into our entire service area. The Hampton VA has a rather large service area, so we provide services to the 7 cities in Hampton Roads. We also provide services to the Eastern Shore of Virginia and approximately 10 counties in northeastern North Carolina. So we have a rather large surface area to cover. We are working to, as much as possible, to connect with other programs within the Hampton VA to provide that outreach support to as many areas in our service area as possible. We also provide referrals to VA mental health care and primary care services, which are our medical services on station. So those veterans who are eligible to receive VA care, we have something called an HCFAC, which is a medical PAC team that is connected to our homeless program. So we're able to transition our veterans who come in for homeless assessment to connect them with our medical provider in our homeless clinic if they're not connected to a provider. We also provide referrals for substance abuse treatment. So if we have a veteran who presents with a substance abuse issue, and while we're doing our assessment, we may refer them to our substance abuse services. HCHV, Healthcare for Homeless Veterans, also, we provide limited case management and supportive services. So if we are providing case management, we tend to keep it around 6 to 8 weeks of support that we are able to provide. And we also have criteria for those veterans that we are looking to provide those case management services for. We also will refer them to any kind of food or shelter if they're experiencing food insecurity issues. We also will refer them to transitional or permanent housing programs that are also a part of our Hampton VA Medical Center. Sometimes we have veterans who come in and they need DD 214s for some type of purpose or reason, and we will assist them with obtaining those documents as well. And we will also refer them to the VBA, which is another branch of the VA, the Veterans Benefits Administration. If that veteran might need some assistance with either they're receiving some type of service-connected compensation and they don't know how to address that, or maybe it was cut off and they want some more information about that. Or sometimes we may assist them with how do they obtain or apply for that service connection. Then within, next slide, please. Within the homeless program, we also have other services that we provide. GPD is grant per diem, transitional housing. We provide supportive services to veterans who are literally homeless. We also have contract beds or contract programs where we contract agencies in the community to provide services and care to veterans who are experiencing homelessness. Veterans Justice Outreach, and healthcare for reentry veterans. Those social workers actually go out into prisons and jails to provide outreach services to veterans who are either justice involved or incarcerated. And then we also assist them as they come out of incarceration. So those social workers go into our city jails, our state institutions within our service area, and federal institutions within our service area. Homeless, veteran, and community employment services, we provide employment services to those veterans who are experiencing homelessness and come to us for assessment. We will link them to those services as well. And lastly, we talked about the case management services. We'll provide limited case management to veterans who are literally homeless and are also eligible to receive healthcare at the Hampton VA Medical Center. Next slide, please. How to get connected to services. So veterans, as I said, can come in to our VA Medical Center to receive walk-in services, and we provide that every day. But they also can go out to those existing places where we have social workers and provide and receive outreach services at those facilities as well. They can also contact us via phone at that 722-9961 extension 44117 number. If they need to leave a message, and I'll have a social worker follow up with them. We have a national call center for homeless veterans. Those veterans can also contact that number nationally, and then that if they are within our service area, we will be relayed that information and we will contact the veteran directly. We also have a regional housing crisis hour. We encourage veterans strongly to contact that hotline because in this service area, that will initiate documentation of some sort of homeless situation. And we would encourage them to do that here because in this service area, everything that the VA has in terms of providing service to them is connected to our local community. We also have to encourage them to be patient. And the reason why is because there's such a large volume of homeless people. So it may take that hotline time to actually follow up and contact the veteran. And when we're talking about documenting a veteran's homelessness, we encourage them to be as specific as possible about their homelessness. One of the things that is important for our program in particular is we want to make sure that we're providing the resources that we're able to provide, but also we have to make sure that we're educating our veterans, our homeless veterans, or veterans who may be experiencing some type of unstable housing. We have to educate them to help them to make an informed decision about what they're going to do next. And also, sometimes we are not able to provide everything that they need, but our goal is to make sure that we're educating them to help them to make the best decision that they can for their life and their future. Next slide, please. Eligibility criteria. It's important. One of the reasons I have that underlined literally homeless and eligible for VA healthcare. Literal homelessness is very important because sometimes our homeless veterans what their definition of homelessness is may not be the definition that we have to follow and that we have no choice but to follow. So we have to make sure that when we are assessing them, we're really looking at what is their specific situation as it relates to homelessness. Literal homelessness is defined by HUD, not by the VA. So we don't make the determination, or we don't make we do not design or state what the definition is. We have to follow the definition of HUD. So we're often, when we're assessing them, we're making sure that we're asking the questions that we need to ask to ensure that the veteran is truly literally homeless. Veterans can have an honorable general, other than honorable OTH, or bad conduct discharge with special court martial from the military. So we're also educating our veterans on that as well, because sometimes veterans have the belief that they may not be eligible for services. So when we're assessing them, we're also asking those questions to make sure that this veteran fits our eligibility criteria. Those veterans who are National Guard or reserves are ineligible unless they have been activated for combat or federal emergency greater than 90 days. So also that means that when we're assessing, we're asking questions to see if they actually qualify for our care. Program eligibility is also based on that veteran's income. And veterans who meet the criteria, for those veterans, we also perform a assessment that is completed and presented with our coordinated entry program. So we're going to have Ms. Hilberger talk about the rest of the presentation.
Thank you.
No, you'll need to turn it.
Maybe I'll just use this mic.
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next slide, please. So if you recall at the very beginning, we had a picture of an umbrella, and at the under that umbrella is HCHV, Healthcare for Homeless Veterans, which is what Mr. Granger just described all about our program to you. And the sister program is HUD-VASH. HUD-VASH is a partnership between HUD and the VA. The VASH part stands for VA Supportive Housing, and HUD, I'm sure you know, is Housing Urban Development. And it's a collaboration between the two where veterans are given a housing voucher and use it in housing while the VA provides the supportive services. It was developed years ago, aimed at the most vulnerable veterans, those experiencing homelessness and who are in need of long-term support, who would otherwise maintain their homeless status or go back into homelessness if they were to get housed without the support. And as Mr. Granger had already spoken about, they must meet the definition of homelessness, and that is a HUD definition, and you can find it on the HUD website. And they must meet also the criteria of either having an honorable or general discharge, or if they do have an other than honorable or bad conduct discharge, they must have a special court martial from the military to be able to proceed. Next slide, please. So HUD-VASH, as I said, was developed to support the most vulnerable, hardest to serve individuals who need long-term supports. And HUD-VASH not just supports veterans with housing and having that housing voucher, but also by putting into place wraparound services and supports to help if they have substance abuse issues, mental health issues, or medical needs. Through the VA, we are able to get them connected to different services at the VA or even within the community. Case management is also a required component of this program. So they will be connected with a case manager, social worker, and then all these other disciplines that I will address in a minute. Next slide, please. So each veteran who comes into our program goes through the process to do the intake. And once they get set up, they will be assigned a social worker. And we have roughly 20 social workers to support all the veterans in our program. We also have 2 nurses, an occupational therapist, an addiction therapist, psychotherapist, at least 2, if not 3 housing support specialists who will help them with finding and obtaining housing, and at least 3 vocational rehab specialists who can help with job hunting, peer support specialists, and other support staff. In addition, beyond the HUD-VASH program, they also have the rest of the VA where they can get connected to providers throughout the VA, and then even beyond that into the community. The bottom line, the point in HUD-VASH is to address the homelessness by having all these wraparound services so that people won't fall back into homelessness. And the social workers involved are hoping to help the veterans foster independence, help them to self-advocate, helping to connect them to resources in the community, and overall to maintain that housing. That's bottom line goal. Thank you. Next slide.
Thank you both. Any questions from our members? Richard?
Do you guys currently work with housing counselors or housing counseling agencies in the work that you do?
No, we don't. We do, if we have, we may have landlords that are, that have properties that are available that will come to HCHV and let us know. And if we have veterans who fit the criteria, we will link those veterans to those potential landlords. But right now, no, we don't work with counseling. Now, I don't know if HUD-VASH does, but we don't. HCHV doesn't.
Yeah. So HUD-VASH, who we'll hear from a little bit later in the afternoon, will work with community care providers as well as housing counselors. All HUD programs, any housing counseling that's offered must be through a HUD-approved agency. I'll note, and I'll say this delicately, there is a perception among many housing counseling agencies that all work in the area of housing counseling at the VA is done generally internally by VA staff. And that's something that many in the community, the industry, have been trying to address over the years. I think it's an opportunity for us to collaborate on a higher level, no doubt is necessary, to try to do better in that space.
Agree.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate your presentations today. One more? Yes, please. And thank you, Demetrius, for pointing out our colleague.
Very quick. You've talked about veterans, which I really appreciate. Does that include family members of the veteran?
In terms of receiving services?
In terms of trying to find housing? If it's a veteran who may be a single parent or a veteran.
Yes, if the veteran presents to HCHV and they have a family, we address the veteran because that's the identified patient, but we also will attempt to address the needs of the family.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you both again. Very good presentation, very helpful, particularly for everyone viewing today and later on tape. So next we have 2 virtual presenters. The first is Lisa Snyder, Vice President from Volunteers of America here in Chesapeake and the Carolinas. And she will be followed by Tanisha Davis, Director of Family and Community Support Services with the Virginia Beach Community Development Corporation, talking about supportive services that are available. Lisa, please. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much for letting me join you. So apologize that I am virtual today, but that's how things work out. So I am Lisa Snyder and have the opportunity to talk with you about Volunteers of America. I work specifically with the Chesapeake and Carolinas. And so we have Maryland, DC, Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. In our particular territory, it was asked to do a high-level piece of VOA, Volunteers of America. And the way that Volunteers of America works is that we are a partnership that's working to build healthy communities for all. And so we have services that do address veteran services, but we also have services that address a wide range of the population. So you can go ahead and go to the next slide, please. This just talks a little bit about the territories and places that we are. VOA as a whole is in 47 states and DC and Puerto Rico, where we are providing services in 450 different communities. And the services that we provide really are looking at the holistic approach for the individuals who are in services. And so we have services that are looking at health, the behavioral health care, combined with the housing and homeless services and other human services and supports that communities may need, because that's really important. Before I go any further, because this is Suicide Prevention Month, I think it's really important to just share, we have one program that we run in our area that is the Sergeant Fox Suicide Prevention Program. And that is open to any veteran who might need support. And so I want to share that that phone number to reach us in Virginia is 703-595-2625. Again, 703-595-2625. So if you go ahead and go to the next slide, please. And while they're getting to the next slide, the next slide is just a very pretty picture of the United States that talks about, again, some of the things that are the locations where we are currently provide servicing or had offices. And so you can see the locations, the 45 states, and some of the different services that are being provided through that area. Did I lose? You're just trying to catch up on the slides. Okay. Then the next slide that is on there that you can imagine is another slide that just talks specifically about some of the housing services. And again, we have a very holistic approach when we're looking at different services, that we look at the services for someone who is homeless, someone who may be looking for housing. We have services for those who are experiencing a behavioral health care issue. All right, see, there's that pretty picture of the United States. Okay, so if that slide right there is the one that does just talk about where we have services across the nation at the moment. If you can go ahead and go to the next slide, which uses different colors on the pretty picture of the United States. Thank you very much. This one talks specifically about some of the housing services that are provided. Then if you'll go to the next slide. Each year across our different services, we serve about 2 million people who are serviced through all of the different areas that we look at. Again, our lens is looking at, we have services that are for veterans, some of the services that you're hearing more in depth about, from the VA VASH program to the SFVF program, which you're going to be hearing about later. And then also the Sergeant Fox Suicide Prevention Program that I mentioned, to name a few of the services that we have that are specific for veterans. We also do offer different housing development and offer homeless center services in some of the areas. And so we have a wide range of people that we work with. And so we work with, you know, veterans and their families, depending upon what the need is. You can go to the next slide. Our lens, the way that we're looking at it through the whole person aspect, is that we have to address someone's healthcare needs, their behavioral healthcare needs, their housing needs, and all of the supports that are needed to wrap around. And so that we're making sure that we're looking at our communities and how do we bring that equity lens to all of our services that we provide, so that everyone is getting the services that they need, so that we are bringing about that healthy communities for all. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. This just talks a little bit about, again, those categories of services that we're talking about. So whether it is a veteran who is homeless or anybody else in the community, we really want to look at the whole person, because as we know, when we're looking at how do we stabilize communities and make sure people are having the supports, it's important to look at housing. It's important to look at the social services that they need. We have contracts and things with different organizations throughout the nation, whether it be with the Veterans Administration, that we provide some of the services, or local states and territories, SAMHSA grants. We have a lot of different funding streams to try to look at how we meet the needs of a community to help people to find that stabilization. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. Again, one of the pieces as we're looking at servicing the homeless population, or any of the veterans, we do offer a comprehensive behavioral health in many of our areas, where we look at anything from permanent supportive permanent housing, let me try that again, permanent supportive housing support services that we can go in and wrap around with people that are in the services who may have a mental health need. We also offer in-person clinic services, and one of the services that I think is really exciting as it grows more and more is that peer support, because we know having people who can meet you where you're at, if it's a veteran, having another veteran that can meet you where you're at can be really helpful to make sure that you're addressing and helping them find the supports and connection to community. Move to the next one. One of the other ones that we have found in talking with some of the different health systems across the US is that you have people who have health needs that are homeless, and they will come into the emergency room, stay in the hospitals. And it's an issue that if they were in a stable place, that health issue can resolve. But because they don't have stable housing, there is the issue where all of this continues to compound and the health issue doesn't ever resolve. And so they continue to come in and out of the hospital. And so one of the things that is being developed is what's called medical respite. And so it is specifically for individuals who don't have permanent housing, who are facing a medical issue, to be able to go there so that they have a safe place to address that, which helps them to be able to, truly address the medical issue in a safe location. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. So again, this is really the high level, because each of these places that we work across the nation really do look at that particular community and what are the needs of that community and how to address it. And so it's hard to do this in a very quick presentation, but really we're really trying to look at the whole person. And so looking at the wraparound services, so we do offer some of the specific housing services. We do offer services for veterans, also offering services, for those of all ages, recognizing depending upon what that community need is, because in order for us to get to healthy communities for all, it's important that we're looking at all of these factors. And then if you can just go to the last slide. And this, again, just kind of sums up how we approach services, including our housing support services and services for veterans, is that we believe that addressing current needs isn't enough. Maintaining current systems is not enough. We must dismantle the systems of inequity that for too long have prevented many from fully accessing the services and supports that are needed to be healthy and to thrive. We must reimagine the inexplicable link between health, housing, and human services. We must realize a bold new vision for the future in which all people in all communities live with social, emotional, and physical well-being, spiritual fulfillment, justice, and hope. And that was a very quick overview of our services. I'm happy to ask questions and answer them if I can.
Lisa, my apologies, but we are running short on time, so we're going to have to move right into the next presentation. But certainly your CEO's words were very, very wise and well taken by all of us here today. Tanisha Davis, are you online?
I am. Good afternoon. I am Tanisha Davis with Virginia Beach Community Development Corporation, and I have the pleasure to speak with you today about our Supportive Services for Veteran Families program. So the SSVF program is a VA-funded program that provides case management and financial assistance to veterans. And so we have the opportunity here at Virginia Beach Community Development to service the entire Hampton Roads area, and our services expand all the way to the peninsula. So we cover Hampton, Newport News, Poquoson, all the way up to Williamsburg. And so to be eligible for a Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, we can take a veteran with any discharge status except dishonorable, or someone who was discharged from the military with a general court-martial. The VA requires us to have that the veteran has income 80% or below, but they are not required to have income to come into our program. And then last, they either have to be literally homeless or at risk of losing their housing. And so once they enroll in our program, we have a team of case managers, we have a housing locator, and we have a healthcare navigator. that will wrap around our veterans and the households that they identify with. So we serve single veteran households, we serve households with children, we serve households without any minor children. It's how the veterans present that we provide in services into the entire household, including the veteran. But the first stage after they determine eligibility is they're working with their case manager so that we can look at their housing stability plan so that we can either prevent them from being homeless again or to rehouse them so that they can be stably housed. So they work with our housing locator. We find housing based on veterans' choice in the area that they identify that they want to live. Their case manager works with them on budgeting. We do referrals for employment. So we have a great partnership with the Virginia Employment Commission, with their Disabled Veterans Outreach Program. We have a great partnership with the Hampton VA Medical Center, who presented today. We will get them connected for benefits, whether that be VA benefits they're eligible for or Social Security benefits. So we will wrap around the family to determine what services they need to be able to stabilize. So once we have identified housing, we are able to provide financial assistance, which includes rental assistance, security deposit, utility assistance, application fees. We do some general housing assistance, which once they're housed, could include some assistance with beds. We have done some moving assistance. We do on a limited basis some emergency housing hotel assistance. We typically prioritize those funds for households with minor children, households who we look at our senior population, and those who are medically vulnerable. But we are able to provide that emergency housing assistance when shelter is not available for our households in our community. And so they continue, once they're housed, to work with their case manager on stability. And so that could be pursuing some education, that could be looking at other employment opportunities, that could be looking at budgeting. So we look at each individual veteran and develop that housing service plan. And so once they're in the program, we start to determine if they are going to be able to sustain with the short-term rental assistance that we are able to provide. And our guidelines for the rental assistance are dedicated, the VA provides a guide to us of how much financial assistance we're able to give to each household. But if the household is not able to sustain in our program, then we look at, are they eligible for the HUD-VASH program? Are there any other income-based housing programs in our area? The other thing we will look at is recently the VA added a new program for us called our shallow subsidy. It's an extension to the SSVF program, but those households who can afford to pay 50%, contribute to 50% of their rent, they could potentially transition into the program. So a portion of our households who are in our SSVF program transition into the shallow subsidy and can remain in the services for an additional 24 months where they continue to receive their case management services. The other piece that I just want to mention is our healthcare navigator. So once they enroll in the program, they work with this healthcare navigator who specifically works with them, if they choose to, getting connected for physical health, mental health, and substance abuse. And so this person can specifically work alongside the entire household on those areas. And sometimes the veterans, when they first come in, do not want to work on or don't have a goal at that time to work on mental health, substance abuse, or physical health. But as long as they're enrolled in the program, they can get referred, connected to our healthcare navigator at any time. But I just want to reiterate, the programs that is not mandatory to work on physical health, substance abuse, mental health. It's just a wonderful act.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on the significant work that the CDC is doing. Any questions from our members? Okay, so now we're going to move forward with colleagues from HUD who also are going to speak about the VASH program. We have Molly Allen, Senior Housing Program Specialist and the National HUD-VASH Lead. with HUD's Office of Public and Indian Housing, known as PIH to many, and Courtney Herring, who's Housing Programming Specialist at HUD's Office of Public and Indian Housing as well. Thank you both for joining us, and apologies that the meeting has gone very much in depth and we're running a little bit late.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I'll jump right in the interest of time. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so very quickly, I'll level set with the background for the HUD-VASH program. So the HUD-VASH program is part of the larger Housing Choice Voucher or HCV program, and HCVs enable low-income individuals and families to afford market rate units by providing a rental subsidy. The participant can choose any housing that meets the requirements of the program and is not limited to units in subsidized housing projects. Generally speaking, voucher holders contribute 30 to 40% of their monthly income toward rent, and the subsidy provided by HUD covers the rest. Public housing agencies, or PHAs, administer HCVs locally, and these PHAs receive federal funding from HUD in the form of housing assistance payments, or HAP payments, and also administrative fees, which assist them in administering the program. Next slide, please. The HUD-VASH program is a special purpose voucher program that is administered jointly between HUD and the Department of Veteran Affairs, or VA, as we heard earlier. HUD-VASH enables homeless veterans and their families to use an HCV voucher to access safe, affordable housing while also receiving a variety of VA services. The VA provides referrals, case management, and supportive services for participating veterans through VA medical facilities using VA or contract staff, and through other VA designated service providers, or DSPs. And just to note, DSPs are outside service providers that are designated through the collaborative case management process under the VA. These entities are generally referred to as the VA or VA Medical Center. Next slide, please. Since 2008, HUD and the VA have collaboratively awarded HUD-VASH vouchers based on current geographic need and PHA administrative capacity annually. The allocation process for awarding HUD-VASH vouchers has allowed PHAs to self-identify their interest in the program since 2017. HUD publishes an annual registration of interest notice containing detailed instructions that PHAs must follow if they're interested in receiving a portion of available HUD-VASH vouchers. To date, over 112,000 HUD-VASH vouchers have been awarded to PHA VAMC partnerships, and VA funds about 4,500 staff and contractors to provide case management and supportive services to HUD-VASH veterans. Nationwide, over 730 PHAs administer HUD-VASH vouchers in partnership with 139 VA medical centers. There's at least one PHA currently administering HUD-VASH in each state and all U.S. territories. Next slide, please. HUD-VASH vouchers are authorized under Section 8 of the U.S. Housing Act of 1937, as modified by the requirements in the 2008 Consolidated Appropriations Act. All congressional appropriations acts since 2008 have continued to authorize this program, most recently the Appropriations Act of 2024. Generally, the HUD-VASH program is administered by PHAs in accordance with regular HCV and PBV, or project-based voucher program requirements, which can be found at 24 CFR sections 982 and 983 respectively. Unless otherwise noted, regular HCV program requirements apply. The authorizing language, however, allows HUD to waive or specify alternative requirements for any provision of any statute or regulation affecting the HCV program to effectively deliver and administer HUD-VASH voucher assistance. And now I'll hand it over to my colleague Molly to provide an overview of the operating requirements.
Thanks, Courtney. So as Courtney said, on the HUD side of the HUD-VASH program, it really follows the regular HCV or PBV, project-based voucher, regulations. And where the program differs from those regulations, we put into what we call the HUD-VASH operating requirements Federal Register Notice. The HUD-VASH operating requirements were originally published in the Federal Register back in 2008 when the program was first authorized in its current form. They were updated a couple times before this most recent update, which we just did last month on August 13th, 2024. So this new update to the operating requirements is effective now as of publication. And the operating requirements for HUD-VASH apply to all, any and all PHAs that administer HUD-VASH vouchers. Now, the HUD-VASH operating requirements are comprised of both actual requirements from HUD and optional flexibilities that may be implemented locally. So we call these the mays and the musts of the HUD-VASH program for our PHAs. PHAs may also seek individual HUD-VASH waivers through the regular waiver process if there's something they need to address in their program that's not addressed in the HUD-VASH operating requirements under like the blanket waivers and blanket alternative requirements therein. These variations to the program would then be noted in the PHA's administrative plan. Next slide, please. So here you can see all of the subcategories for special rules and requirements in the HUD-VASH program that are covered under the HUD-VASH operating requirements. As you can see, many areas of the HCV program are impacted. I'm not going to get into all of these today, but just sharing for your awareness and to demonstrate the scope of the program requirements we're talking about. Next slide, please. Okay, now we'll just quickly highlight a few of what we think are the really major updates in this most recent version of the operating requirements that we're really excited about in terms of improving our efficiency and effectiveness in serving our veterans in the HUD-VASH program. So we have a requirement now to go up to 80% of area median income for the program, so what's considered low income for HUD for program eligibility. This used to be optional for PHAs. They could either stay at the HCV standard 50% AMI or go up to 80%. It's now a requirement. So that significantly expands the eligible veteran population. We also have an exclusion of VA service-connected disability benefit income for purposes of HUD-VASH program eligibility. Now, this income is still included for rental calculations. However, we wanted to ensure that veterans who may benefit from HUD-VASH are not deemed ineligible due to having 100% service-connected disability, for example. So if a veteran is under 80% AMI with their VA service-connected disability benefits excluded, they are now considered income eligible for the HUD-VASH program. And an issue that may arise with this expansion of HUD-VASH income eligibility is that veterans may be able to fully cover the rental amount with 30% of their income with those benefits included. So they may not need a HUD housing assistance payment or HAP. A subsidy is required to enter into a HAP contract. However, we want to ensure that those veterans who would most benefit from living in HUD-VASH project-based units that are either located on a VA facility or have on-site services are able to access those units. So to do that, we're now allowing HUD-VASH families to live in HUD-VASH project-based units where there are on-site HUD-VASH VA services, even if there's no HAP subsidy being paid for that family. We're also allowing non-competitive selection of HUD-VASH project-based vouchers on the site of a VA facility. This can be really useful for development of VA's enhanced use lease or EUL program, where VA leases unused land and their VA campuses for veteran housing. In addition to setting a HUD-VASH payment standard up to 120%, we're now also allowing PHAs to approve exception payment standards as reasonable accommodations. So for individuals, based on their individual disability situation, up to 140%. This eases the administrative burden and allows veteran families to lease up faster in units that best meet their particular needs. You can note that PHAs can still request a HUD-VASH exception payment standard or higher reasonable accommodation exception payment standard, higher than these amounts, but that would still need HUD approval. Finally, another big one is allowing PHAs to set minimum rents or $0 minimum rent specifically for their HUD-VASH families. This eases administrative burden for both the PHA and the veteran to be able to have a $0 minimum rent only for HUD-VASH without necessarily impacting the rest of a PHA's voucher portfolio. Next slide, please. So before we conclude our HUD side of the HUD-VASH presentation, we wanted to step back and highlight the impact the HUD-VASH program has had and how much work has been done to address homelessness among veterans. We know HUD-VASH is only one small piece of the larger work being done in this space. We've just heard about some of those other important programs today. But the HUD-VASH impact on these numbers is significant. We're currently housing over 85,000 veterans in the HUD-VASH program. We've had over 240,000 cumulative move-ins in the program to date. So looking here at the PIT count data, we've seen a 52% decrease in overall veteran homelessness between 2010 and 2023, with reductions in both sheltered and unsheltered homeless populations. The total number of veterans who experienced homelessness in the 2023 PIT count was 35,574, an increase of 7.4% over January 2022. So we know there's a lot of work to be done to turn that around and move things back in the right direction. But we've learned a lot in the 16 years of operating the HUD-VASH program, and we'll continue to work to build on that success going forward and ensure we're doing everything we can to support PHAs and our VA partners as we use this critical tool of HUD-VASH to support our veterans. We continue to assess and try to make updates to the program, such as the ones that I just discussed in the recent version of the HUD-VASH operating requirements, to best support this work and our goals. And that is, of course, an iterative process. Next slide, please. So here are just some of the HUD-VASH resources. We are continually updating our HUD webpage on the HUD-VASH program. And then the VA website for HUD-VASH is also listed there. And we've put the direct link to the HUD-VASH operating requirements, which, as I noted, is really kind of the guiding document of the program there. And we continue to roll out some of the materials and trainings around this most recent, we think, impactful update to those operating requirements. Next slide, please. And then here's just our contact information. And if you have any questions or comments that we're not able to address here today, please feel free to contact us at vash@hud.gov. Thank you so much for your time.
Molly, Courtney, thank you for your presentation. I'll add the point in time results really document the impact of this public partnership with all of our partners across the country. It is actually one of the most significant areas, positive areas of the recent report on the status of homelessness and the unhoused in our nation. So congratulations to both the VA and HUD staff and all of our partners who are focused on this area. But we need, of course, to continue to double down in our efforts. And as we've heard, also to outreach and educate so that we can reach more at-risk consumers. Many of you know that the Office of Housing Counseling has a very significant partnership as well with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. We work in all elements, all with the aged, with populations to ensure responsible mortgage servicing in all areas of the CFPB's priorities. And we're very fortunate to have Nelson Akeredolu, I hope I'm pronouncing it, Nelson, correctly. He is the Service Member Affairs representative, and he has joined us today from the CFPB to speak on financial and legal resources for serving members of the armed forces. Nelson, thank you for joining us.
Yes, thank you for having me. This is a great opportunity. My apologies, I'm going to stay off camera. I'm actually traveling, and the facility I'm at is having bandwidth issues. So as you just heard, my name is Nelson Akeredolu, and I'm with the Office of Service Member Affairs at the CFPB, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Today, I'm just going to spend a few minutes talking to you about who we are and some of the mortgage and housing work that we've done for service members, veterans, and military families over time. Next slide, please.
Nelson, we never received a PowerPoint from you, so perhaps you could just highlight your presentation verbally.
Oh, that is odd.
I have no
Okay,
explanation.
no problem at all. Let me see. I can share my screen.
Not with our video set up
Hopefully
here at
this-
the college. I
Give me
apologize.
one quick second here. Oh, okay. Okay, no problem at all. Okay, so for those of you who are familiar with the CFPB, for those of you who are not, the mission of the CFPB, in a nutshell, we're essentially a 21st century agency that implements and enforces consumer financial laws and military consumer protections, such as the ensure the markets and consumer financial products work fairly and are transparent and competitive for all consumers, particularly service members. Now, if you are familiar with the CFPB, you've probably know that we've been deeply involved in mortgage markets and making sure that Americans, particularly service members, have been treated fairly since we opened our doors back in 2011. We did a lot of impactful work early on issues such as foreclosure relief and short sale rules for service members with permanent change of station orders, and more recently on things like loss mitigation issues during the height of the COVID pandemic. Within the Bureau itself, we have Office of Special Populations, and the Office of Service Member Affairs is one of them. The Office of Service Member Affairs, or OSA as we're often called, was established to protect the needs of service members, veterans, and military families in the consumer marketplace. I like to say that every service member military family has a unique financial story. Our job is to listen to their issues, we analyze the problems they raise, and we implement solutions where we can, and also serve as their voice at the Bureau. Now, we have 3 central mandates under the Dodd-Frank law that created OSA and the Bureau. One, as I said, we educate and empower service members and their families on consumer financial products and services. We monitor consumer complaints by service members and their families related to the products and services they use. Then we also coordinate among other federal and state agencies regarding financial laws and products and services for service members. Now, as I said a second or two ago, we take consumer complaints. It's actually part of the lifeblood of what we do at OSA. In terms of resources, it's probably one of the most important and impactful that we have for consumers. The complaints the CFPB receives from service members and military families really gives us insight into what they're experiencing in the marketplace. So we release a report of the complaints that we receive every year. We're currently working on 2023's. It's been slightly delayed, but 2022's is currently on our website right now, consumerfinance.gov. But in terms of the most recent numbers from last year, the CFPB takes complaints in 12 different categories in terms of consumer complaints. But in terms of mortgages, since we began taking complaints back in 2011, the CFPB has received over 45,000 mortgage complaints from service members, veterans, and military families. It's currently our 3rd highest category, and it's consistently ranked somewhere between number 1 and number 3 since we started taking consumer complaints. In 2023 alone, service members submitted over 4,700 consumer complaints. That's a 9.5% increase from 2022. And to give you some context to those complaint numbers, service members made up about almost 17% of the mortgage complaints the Bureau received last year, even though we all know they're much or far smaller percentage of the overall population. The top 3 consumer complaint themes that we call them, quote unquote, were mortgage servicing, customer service, and also mortgage loss mitigation. And then if you take a deeper look into those subcategories, the top 3 sub-issues that service members and veterans complained about last year were trouble during the payment process, struggling to pay a mortgage, and also applying for a mortgage and or refinancing an existing mortgage. Now, one of the more important tools that we have and the things that we do on behalf of service members are enforcement actions. It's another, as I said, another powerful tool we use on behalf of service members. The purpose of our enforcement actions, the CFPB, what we pursue our enforcement purpose is essentially to ensure that service members and military families are protected and that their rights aren't violated. To date, the Bureau has announced 16 military-specific mortgage enforcement actions. And in total, the Bureau has brought 40 military-specific enforcement actions, bringing in, 43 military-specific actions, bringing in more than $194 million back in redress. Some of the enforcement actions to note in terms of mortgages, in February 2023, the CFPB shut down mortgage lender and permanently banned them from the mortgage lending industry and ordered them to pay a $1 million fine for repeat offenses against military families. We had previously issued a 2015 by continuing to send mortgage advertisements to military families that deceptively used fake VA and FHA logo and language. And then more recently, just last month, the CFPB took action against a repeat offender, New Day Financial, sometimes known as New Day USA. The Bureau ordered New Day to more than $2.25 million to the civil penalty fund. In civil penalty to the CFPB's Victim Relief Fund for unlawfully deceiving active duty service members and veterans seeking to cash out their refinance loans. So it's something that we've been doing for a while, and we're deeply passionate about this issue because anyone who served this country, even for a day in uniform, should not have the issue. As I said, we've had about 16 of these are mortgage specific starting 2015 with RMK Mortgage. There was also something 2015
Nelson,
for Wells Fargo. New Day again, as I said, repeat offender back.
Nelson, I'm sorry to interrupt. We have to stick to our timelines, but I'd like to invite you. I know our team requested or reached out to you several times to contact you about the PowerPoint. Please do share it with us again. Perhaps you should try to send it to us earlier. I'm not questioning that, but we have, of course, nationwide participation today, and we would love to share the PowerPoint with all our viewers and include it as well in the final report and video that's published online of this convening. Thank you very much. All right, moving forward on our agenda.
Sure, thank you.
Yes. All right, thank you very much. All right, moving forward on our agenda, we're now going to move into member comment and discussion. I'm wondering how our members felt about today's information. It's a lot, I know. But I think we have a lot of opportunities to work with the counseling community to expand our engagement in this space. I'm just going to sort of run across the table, if that's okay. Daniel, we'll start with you.
Lots of information that we received today. I'm just happy that there are services that are available to support our veterans. These are things that they've earned, definitely. Any assistance we can provide, I think, we should definitely do that. And of course, I know there's always room for improvement. So collaboration is very important. Education is very important in order to be able to provide the services and meet the needs of our veterans. So.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. Angie Lou?
Thank you. Likewise, it's been a lot of information today. And so it's very enlightening. And I think it's certainly, there is a lot more room for cross-departmental collaboration and cross, interagency among different organizations between the groups that serve active service members and as well as veterans, as well as HUD and other housing counseling agencies.
Thank you. Bill Sevilla, are you available? Okay. Carol Dejanovich?
Yes, thank you. Excuse me, I apologize for my raspy voice. But again, lots and lots of information today, and I'm so happy to see the services that are available. Of course, just as Daniel said, there's always room for improvement, but I was so pleased to see what services are available. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. Richard Virilio.
Yeah, I'd love to see housing counseling agencies become a bigger part of this. I think there's a lot of opportunity for the organizations to work together to provide these services.
Yeah, well stated. Sherry Eccles.
First of all, I want to thank everyone who presented and everybody who's doing the great work of helping our veterans with their housing situation, as well as all the other folks that are in need. And I'm one of the representatives from the mortgage industry. And so I would like to encourage all the housing counselors, especially given the shortage of inventory, to discuss the fact that VA does offer a renovation loan. So if there's a house that needs some fixing, it works a little different than the HUD program or the Fannie and Freddie products in that VA won't insure the loan until all the work's completed. So lenders really restrict the amount of work that can be done because there's a risk there. But it is still 100% financing on a property that enables somebody to buy a house and fix their kitchen up or put in a new furnace or a new roof. And then also in any of your advocacy work, I would also encourage you to talk to the VA about modifying their renovation loan so that it mirrors what the 203K does, so that it can be used even more successfully by veterans.
Interesting suggestion, Sherry. Thank you. Paul Yorkis.
First of all, I want to thank the staff for putting together such a wonderful program today and the prior day. It's been very helpful to me. I want to thank the housing counselors and staff who we met with yesterday. Very impressive group of people and very valuable information was shared with us. And as a realtor, I just want to encourage as many housing counselors and housing counseling agencies to reach out to the Realtor Association in your area and collaborate with them for the benefit of your clients and our clients. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. The Office of Housing Counseling staff is going to be reviewing all of the comments and information that has been shared with us, both in our site visits yesterday as well as today in more formal presentations. I also would like to thank all of our presenters, both here as well as virtual. Moving forward, we are going to take a serious look at how we can engage, educate, and leverage more resources through collective partnerships, because that is the financial or budget environment we're in, but we have to do more to reach military families, to reach the unhoused, as well as to serve our veterans. So thank you, everyone. I'd like to take a moment, I may say it's almost personal privilege, because I have had the personal privilege of working with the members of the Housing Counseling Federal Advisory Committee since their appointment. And while we do not know who will continue to serve and who the new appointees will be, we at the Office of Housing Counseling felt it was very appropriate to honor and express our appreciation to the members for their service in this capacity. So we have some certificates that we're going to be sharing with each of the members. Allow me to read the language from the certificate for all. Housing Counseling Federal Advisory Committee. This certificate is awarded to, and in this case, it's to Daniel Garcia, because it was sort of right to left, but for all of your public service as a member of the Housing Counseling Federal Advisory Committee, in appreciation for your active participation, contributions, and recommendations that informed the Office of Housing Counseling and enabled us to realize our mission to ensure that every family can obtain, sustain, and retain their housing and benefit from a strong network of HUD participating housing counseling agencies and HUD certified housing counselors. Signed with today's date from me. I want to thank each of you personally, wholeheartedly, and professionally for your service, and we look forward to continuing to engage with you as we move forward in the future. So Daniel, I'm going to pass this all the way down to you. Angie Lou, thank you as well. Richard. And Paul. Sherry Eccles, right now, it has another, I guess, 2 years of service, right? And then we also have certificates for those who are virtually present, Carol Jovanovich and Bill Sevilla, and we will be framing these and mailing them to them. So if you all could just join me and give these wonderful people a round of applause. So now we are going to move to comments, public comments, and I'll turn the meeting over to Virginia Holman.
Yes, this is a public meeting, and one of the important things we do is solicit comments from the public. Those of you who are virtual, those of you who are here, we would like to hear your comments. If you're on Zoom, if you would just use the raise your hand option, and our facilitator will call on you to make your comments. You're going to need to unmute your microphone and then open your camera if you want. We don't require you to be on camera. The same as if there's anybody here in the room that wants to make comments, just raise your hand and our facilitator will call on you at that point. Next slide. Okay, I guess we're.
Good, I did see a hand.
Yeah.
I did see a hand up on Zoom, and if anyone in the room would like to make a comment, just come up to where the microphone was. What happened to the mic? Someone has it already. Good, okay.
The one important thing, there's a 2-minute limit on your public comment, and the committee will not be able to respond to your comments. They will take it under consideration, but they can't respond at this point. So, LaDonna, go ahead.
So can we call on someone on Zoom to begin?
Jennifer Swan, you can now unmute yourself and speak.
I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. This was a really great program. Thank you very much. And I did have a comment, but then you said they can't respond to it. So my only comment was this was really, really nice. And I like that it was focused on home ownership. But I have been working with the Philadelphia program on renters and tenants and those kinds of things. And I would love to see some discussion of renting as well, because I know that that contributes significantly to the homeless population. It's kind of a first step before you actually own a home. And I know I'm preaching to the choir, but it would be helpful. My other comment was in an area that has very few housing counseling agencies, how difficult is it to set up a housing counselor center or a group or agency? That's the question. I had 2 questions and then I don't know if you can answer them, but anyway, those are my comments. And thank you very much for a really, really nice program. I look forward to getting the slides so I can digest them a little bit more. Thanks.
Thank you. And I direct you to the HUD Exchange for the answer to your question. It's up on the website. Do we have anyone else?
We have one in person,
Great.
and we have another right after.
Hello, first off, behold the green and gold. And I just want to say, as a student here at Norfolk State University, I am so excited that you guys decided to have this event here. My name is Nina Collymore. I am a senior business entrepreneurship scholar, originally from Memphis, Tennessee, but I'm actually looking to begin my homeownership journey here in the Norfolk community. And I would have to credit Home Free USA for helping me with this journey. I'm actually a Center for Financial Advancement scholar as well, and they have a program that actually helps students learn about homeownership, financial literacy, credit building. And I began that when I was only a sophomore here, and now I'm a senior beginning my homeownership journey. So I know the conversation today was mainly around veterans, and also helping single families, low to middle income. But I would like to just charge you guys to also think about the youth, think about the students that are coming before you. I'm working on actually getting more students involved and interested in topics like this, because this is going to be our future. And I'm just so elated to just had seen the sign. No one told me to be here. I just saw the sign. I was like, oh my gosh. So I'm so glad I'll be connecting with most of you today, and hopefully we can have more events like this in the future for the local community. Thank you again.
Thank you for your comments, and we're very excited to be working with Home Free and the Urban League here and all of the groups. I'll be in Minneapolis on Sunday. That's right. Anyone else?
Yes. Again, I'm just pleased to hear from you all that you are encouraging every one of the panelists and the guest speakers to connect with housing counselors, HUD certified housing counselors. It's a big deal. HUD certified housing counselors, HUD certified housing counselors. And just to know that post-COVID, post-residential moratoriums, and that's because my passion is foreclosure prevention, loss mitigation services. We now need to utilize a wider range of strategies, traditional and non-traditional services. And I am a firm CFPB champion. I am always going to the CFPB when I need non-traditional methods to help my clients. So again, thank you for encouraging folks to connect with a HUD certified housing counselor or housing counseling agency.
And thank you for your participation today. I do see someone else on Zoom. If we could bring them on, and then I just want to make sure we're keeping everyone engaged. Is it Miss Addison? It's small print on the screen, but please feel free to speak.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, you can hear me. Hi, how are you? My name is Mona Addison. I'm with the Waverly Improvement Association in Baltimore, Maryland. And thank you for your invitation for this, to see this seminar. This is the first time I've ever been into a seminar with anyway, with VA, with the Veterans Administration and the Housing Authority. I was wondering, because I was listening to you talk about all of the housing situations that we're having in America, and if any way possible that I could help out, or if the Waverly Improvement Association could give some assistance to some of the vacant and abandoned housing that we have here in our community, and how we can get in touch with HUD and VA and provide some services for the homeless veterans that we see around in the neighborhood. I would love to get involved in this. I know right now we have a lot of houses here in Baltimore, Maryland, in the city that needs renovating, and we need people in houses to stay there and to live here in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, you may have heard by statute, we are not allowed to respond to public comment. But what I will say is initial resources to contact a counseling group in Baltimore would be www.hud.gov/find-a-counselor, or earlier, the folks at the VASH program, and that also would be for more information on the HUD.gov website. All right, and there was a comment here.
Hi, my name is Onita Carey. I'm with the Urban League of Hampton Roads. And I just wanted to speak in reference to you, young lady. We have a partnership with the HBCU here at NSU. So I would love to connect with you so that you can get some of your friends and students and everything to come to the classes that we will be having here. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments? I'm not seeing any hands up. One over here. Yes, thank you. But for our audience and recording purposes, we have to hand it to you.
Hi, my name is Keena Lee. I'm with the Be Well Foundation. I am a new housing counselor as of May.
Yay.
I'm so glad I came to this. This is so needed. I'm very energized. My comment has to deal with all of the things that I've heard
throughout the course of today as far as, the recommendations for housing counselors. And I saw like a string of collaborations that we can take on. And I think that's commendable. At the same time, the pay is not there. I am trying to become a housing counseling agency, and that's one of the biggest battles we have right now. Is as housing costs are rising, incomes are not, preaching to the choir there. But it's the same for housing counselors, and it's very hard to retain good people if we can't pay them. So the work is there, the people that want to do the work are there, but the money is not. And so I just wanted to, I'm thinking of ways outside of the box, creative ways that we can come up with in order to overlay funding, so that we can really pay housing counselors to do the tremendous job that they do.
Thank you for that comment. Okay. Anyone else? All right. Well, then we will close public comment. And prior to adjourning, I would just like to remind everyone about the Office of Housing Counseling's virtual conference that will be taking place next week. It is complimentary, free. You can register on the HUD Exchange. We have amazing panelists and speakers. It starts midday and runs through the afternoon each day, so you have time to balance your workload in your offices with participating in what is a great continuing education program. As I shared earlier, there'll be some fun surprises and announcements. Wonderful, wonderful engagement via our tool for the conference, even some fun games online to keep everyone busy and active and engaging with each other. Thank you, everyone, again, to our members, to our audience, to our housing counseling colleagues across the country. Today has been a very informative program, and we look forward to seeing you in the near future. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.